my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in. Yeah.
I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that.
He had to slip down all the way to turn one and it's striking it down.
And all these fans gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they work till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move from my phone. So finally back in my home. I'm
Still after the start of this safety car. Do we have one later on? So it'll be just about
keep me up cause I'm back in my zone now.
Having a great strap and almost banging wheels.
Cause I'm back in my zone now.
Don't get greedy, don't we?
Welcome to round 3. Welcome, folks, to Zandvoort, where the ATK Pro Series continues, and what a track to do so on. Of course, this event brought to you by Kalami 9-Hour MSA, Assetto Corsa, and of course, ATK. And this track is just sensational. Wait till you guys get a load of what is going to be happening this weekend. I expect lots of action. I expect lots and lots of good close racing. And I expect the season to continue in absolutely spectacular form as we now head to the Pro-Am event, which will be happening very shortly. Of course, this week, I'm joined by none other than the man that's been traveling around the world with various forms of motorsport. You've seen it all when it comes to circuits, Marius. You've traveled the world with your job. Marius Roberts, welcome to round 3, my friend.
Listen, can we just shed a little tear? No Tasman Pepper, no one to beautify the commentary, no one with like real international racing credentials. We'll let her off. She can listen to the professional work.
Yeah, let's show her how it's done.
No, but listen, it's one of the circuits that we've got to drive on so many of them, and Zandvoort isn't, unfortunately, on that list. But, having a look at it, I fall in love with the old layouts of tracks that the risk reward is something that a driver's got to consider always. And this is that circuit. It's narrow, it's fast, there's commitment, there is zero runoff. So make a mistake here, you're going to be plugging a dike or you're going to get buried in a sand dune, because this is Holland after all. But I mean, literally, it's a tricky circuit. I think the guys are going to really struggle going door to door, not many overtaking opportunities. And when you do decide to go for it, it's going to have to be a committed move. So I think Jonathan Bentz is going to be very, very busy. Does he join us technically, but obviously also looking after all the incidents. So I think you're going to have a busy day today, Jonathan.
Well, I really hope not, But guys, it's so good to be back after a week off. I mean, how bored were we last weekend, right?
Time flies, when you're doing racing. Sitting at home with
guys, I must be honest, I haven't been bored. I've been doing a couple of laps on the sim myself, going around this circuit. And Jonathan, I'm scared for these guys, man. This circuit does not suffer fools. One mistake here, and you are losing positions.
This is a really hard circuit. I myself struggle a bit with it, and I think it's one of the old school circuits. There's pretty much one way to drive it. I think it's going to suit certain cars. I'm not going to commit to saying which cars I think will be, but from personal experience, the Mercedes is a handful around here. I think there's not a lot of overtaking opportunities. Like Marius says, it's going to be full-on commitment. You're either super fast here, or you are, struggling fighting the car. So.
And the Mercedes-Benz haven't been too bad. Cuddly, he said I should pronounce his name like a cuddly bear, Cuddly, is in the Mercedes, and so is Jason Webb, and both of them are in top, as far as I know, top 10, or at least top 15. So the Mercedes isn't doing too badly, but the Porsche, as difficult as it is to drive around here, is apparently the quickest car here.
But hang on, can we not put Jason Webb in there and talk about a difficult car to drive? He's used to going sideways, looking up the side mirror as a drifting champion. So for him, a Merc that's lively in the rear end is not going to engage him. I think that's probably why he chose the car.
Maybe he told me he likes the front engine sort of format versus the rear mid-engine setup.
Well, think of his drift car, the Mustang. I mean, that's exactly what he's tossing around. Weight in the front and driving the rear. But I think what you're going to want to go for here is a car that is very neutral in terms of how you set it up. Because this is, again, it's not a sprint race. So you want a car that you can really put it on its line and get it to turn and stop as you want it to, without having to concentrate and work too hard. Because, like we said, there's no margin for error. It's a very narrow circuit. What I love, even though, it's been 35 years since Formula One has been to Zandvoort. Obviously, things are a little bit screwed up now with COVID. But they would have had their first race kind of now, around about this time. Force these guys to go and take out the gravel sand traps and go and put down concrete. So
I'll be honest with you, Marius, I don't know how they're going to get Formula One cars around this track. I have no idea. It is so bumpy out there.
Yeah, but remember, this is what I actually chatted to Jonathan about a little bit earlier. What we're running on and racing today isn't the new 2020 Formula One spec layout. There were a couple of changes be made. And crucially, I mean, the places that they made the changes were turn 3, Hugenholz, where
Yes.
they've actually made it a little bit wider, so two cars can actually come out of there onto the little straightaway section, and that
But the
final turn.
the thing is, they haven't changed the curbs though. That's what I'm scared of, because those curbs are gigantic out there.
Yeah, look, I mean, again, we don't know. You driving it in this current setup, so we haven't actually got to see what it looks like from a Formula One new layout. So those changes. I mean, the final turn when Formula One cars get to go around here, it's got a 21-degree angle bank curve, so it literally catapults you down down the main straight. So there will probably be some changes made to the curves. The guys can take a bit, but they've tried to widen some sections to allow for guys to obviously have a go and be committed from a move. But I think this is very much a follow my leader circuit where strategy is going to be critical. In our racing, we don't have that. GT3 cars can go wheel to wheel, and that is what you're going to see here. Formula One, I agree with you. I don't think it's the ultimate circuit for a Formula One car, but it's fantastic for a GT3 car.
Well,
Absolutely.
that's it from us for now. We'll be right back after this break. Marius, Jonathan, we're going to catch up with MSA. Marius, you caught up with some people this week, I understand.
Yeah, listen, I had a very cool chat with Vic Maharaj. I mean, I've known him for years, and obviously he sits on the committee with Motorsport South Africa. And what is so cool is MSA is looking at sim racing in a really serious way now in terms of legitimizing what this is. But it was also cool just chatting to him around the technical side of sim racing and how far it's got. And for him, obviously owning race teams, and he is an engineer himself, that was what I wanted to chat to him about, just understanding how far the level of setup has come in the game. And there's opportunities for guys that aren't just driving, but also for engineers to learn a thing or two. So this was our chat with Vic. It was very cool.
Vic, just MSA's position on sim racing. Obviously, you guys are partnering with us on the series. That's a big step forward.
We believe it is a valid arm of motorsport. And the reality is, at the end of the day, for us, the greatest success story would be, as we say, we get the crossover of Joe Public from the sim racing world into the actual racing world, and similarly with the engineers. And if we can somehow facilitate that process, that would be a massive step for motorsport in general and MSA. And yes, we do acknowledge that it is an important facet of motorsport. But yeah, the thing is that we're always being asked the question as MSA, when are we going back racing? And the reality is we're trying to get back there as soon as we possibly can, based on government directive. It's a fluid situation. It's changing nearly every day. We're on it, and we are cognizant of the fact that SMEs are the lifeblood of our sport, and we need to try and ensure somehow that they survive. And the reality is that we are engaging with the FIA on an ongoing basis, FIM on an ongoing basis, to try and just make sure that we get back to racing. I think we want to assure our membership that we're doing everything in our power, and just going to be patient with us, because at the end of the day, as soon as we know exactly what's happening, we will communicate it. What actually prevents us having a race at Kyalami and having an e-sport race at the same time, doing the same event and replicating the event?
Well, I mean, look, that is the plan with the series, is that, we started the first round at Kyalami, and the 12th round will be at Kyalami, and the idea is that will kind of coincide with the Kyalami 9-hour. Obviously, it won't be a 9-hour race, but that is the plan. Have you watched any of the online sim racing? Have you watched any?
Yeah, I watched. I got the links for the event. It was very impressive, very, very impressive, and the production is slick. It's really, really cool, and I think that's an important thing as well.
It's TV. I mean, that's what I've realized now. I kept saying, like, if your kids walk past and glance at the television screen, they say, "Oh, Dad, there's racing on." I mean, that's where it's got to. And I think that's what I was saying earlier. It's no longer this closed community of gamers. The minute that COVID kicked in, and you've got Max Verstappen and Kelvin, those sort of guys racing, you have a look now. They've got the proper commentators that are doing the commentary with the international races, and they're producing it like a proper TV show. It's actually it's unbelievable.
And we are back for the ATK Pro Series. And what you see on your screen there is the rankings for the Pro-Am category. And right at the top, Marius, is the man, the young man, the 12-year-old, can you believe it, Junior McCall.
Yeah, listen, he's backed up a great outing at round 2 weeks ago at Silverstone with that runaway victory. But I think what's going to be burning him the most, and he's got to get this out of his mind, is that he was literally, I'm thinking 6/100ths of a second off of qualifying and seeding for the pros.
Yeah.
So it was that close. He's the only guy you can see that's actually got it into the 35s. So that's another great result. But I think now he's just got to focus on scoring points again, having another good race, getting a win here, and worrying about what happens at round 4 later after this weekend.
Behind him, Brent Lindsay Ray. Now, he didn't race in the he seeded before. He didn't seed before. He didn't race before he registered, though. And I think this is his first race with us in second position in this category. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Yeah, it's cool. And he's coming with an Aston Martin as well. And I've seen the Aston seems to be doing quite well here. It seems like I mentioned earlier, you're looking for a car that's quite consistent in how it handles, and I think the Aston certainly provides that. So it'll be nice to see how he goes. But again, I mean, this is the seeding rounds. It all comes down to qualifying. But it's names that we're seeing doing really well in the previous rounds. The guys are all there, and we've got a good mix of cars as well. With a couple, there's a Lexus, there 1 or 2 Bentleys, a Ferraris, there Lambos. Even old Cornet Strauss, you'll notice, who was pro last week, 2 weeks ago at Silverstone in the McLaren. He's now obviously finding himself in a Pro-Am race in the McLaren. So a real nice variety of cars. So it might be quite interesting to chat to the drivers afterwards, try and find out which car works best around Zandvoort.
I spoke to a couple of guys, and one of those guys was Jason Isherwood, who is a previous winner in this category. He's now running way down the grid there in 15th position, and he's in that giant Bentley. He said the car feels the weight transfer. He likes the weight transfer, but not at the circuit. He says usually he likes the way the car feels, but at the circuit, it does feel like the sudden shift in weight. It's not ideal. So maybe again we'll see a Porsche. I think we're going to see a Porsche Audi battle today.
But I'll tell you what would be good. I mean, if he can really give himself a super aggressive setup, that car on pole, I would want to be in a Bentley leading out this race, because no one will get past you. You put your car in the middle on this narrow circuit, and you are the world's greatest bus stop. I mean, no one's going to get past you.
A beautiful bus stop nonetheless, but still a bus stop. Jason van Rooyen and Dale Smith further down there. A bunch of guys that we've seen do quite well in the previous few races. Noor Hendricks, another one in the Ferrari, doing a 1:36.6. And I tell you, I've done a couple of laps around here. A 1:36 is an exceptionally fast time. And as you said, there's only one person in the 35s. Up until position number 17, all the guys are in the 36s. So we might have some close racing in the AM category again.
Yeah, if you look down there, Renault Adrian's right at the bottom at 140. If you then look at the seeding runs for the pros, that puts him 6 seconds off of our fastest pro, is obviously Zaire Essa again. So it's quite a big gap. But you're right, there's a lot of battle in that midfield. Everyone's super, super close. And I think that's what we expect from the racing year as well. It's going to be a lot of follow my leader stuff. The guys have said it's also kind of tough to go door to door. It's easier in real racing to go door to door, because obviously the game puts certain parameters in that prevents that. So it is going to be tricky. And like we said, the guys need to be clean. They need to be decisive. This is not a race that you're going to go for a Hail Mary move right in the beginning and hope to win. But we're talking seedings. Qualifying is still to come. It's going to be very interesting to see how the guys go.
I am so excited for this qualifying. So excited. We're going to have to wait and see. After this break, we will be back with qualifying. We'll be right back. And we are back. The guys are currently going around the circuit in qualifying. Qualifying has started. Marius, I'm so excited. Finally, we get to see these guys turn some fast laps. And in the front, we're currently on routes in the Audi. The guys are just trying to get some clean air now to make sure that they can get away. But finally, we've got some racing going on.
This was quite cool. I'd like to bring in the conversation we were having during that ad break. Nice to see some new sponsors joining the series as well. But we're talking about, Ernest, you've done a couple of laps in the Audi. You've done in the Porsche around here. Jonathan was saying, like, the Porsches are kind of tricky. The Audi's well balanced. I think the Aston would be another good car to go in. What was your experience around here, Ernest?
Well, the Audi was definitely the easiest to drive, simply because it's a way more balanced car. It can take the bumps up better. It absorbs the bumps really nicely. And I spoke to one of our quicker guys, Jordan Sherrod, and he was telling me the guys are actually using the Motec software to check the damper setting. If you get the Audi just right, you can make this a very smooth car around you. Now, the Porsche is fast, but it's so tricky to drive there. So I don't know how these guys are going to do with the kind of pressure they're going to be under. So I'm quite excited to see what's going to happen, because I think today this is not going to be a processional race. The guys might be behind each other, but I think positions are going to change often.
Listen, it's quite, you're talking about the Motec systems and getting setups. The interview that played out there with Vic was obviously about MSA's position in sim racing and how they view it. But one of the other interviews that I know the ATK guys have put on their social pages was around the race engineering side of it and how much detail goes into setup. And I actually challenged Vic to actually go and spend time on Assetto Corsa Professionale and try and see what the difference is between a car that they would have set up for Kyle Lamy and the car in the game. Because
and what was his feedback?
Well, he hasn't yet. So that was my challenge to him, because I think there's opportunity not only for drivers here, but also, like he said, for engineers to come to a series like this and say to the drivers, listen, I'm a proper race engineer. Let me help you get your car set up for the sim racing. And I know that's what Coach Dave Perrell does for a lot of the guys. He helps them getting their setup right. Because guys that don't race, they'll never know. And what you've said here, on a bumpy circuit like that, your damper settings and your rebound rates are going to be critical, because you want a car that's going to be stable under braking. There's huge elevation changes here as well, and that is where cars get very, very twitchy. When you off camber on a corner, coming on the brakes, or you lift off the gas, the rear snaps on you. This is what makes this a driver's circuit. I'm amped for the main race, but qualifying you've got to get through first, you know.
So we're on Jason Isherwood now in the Bentley, and like I was saying, I was doing some laps on the Sims and using the products that our sponsors provide. You know, we got Elgato, we got AMD, and we got Corsair. These are the companies that are making this event possible. And I was gaming. It felt so real, man. It just felt so real. The graphics are so smooth. The textures are so good. This is what, you need the peripheral components to make this kind of gaming possible. And now I can sit in my lounge with a steering wheel and a TV setup and feel as if I'm racing a GT3 car. It's fantastic, man.
Yeah, or you can sit in your lounge and commentate on racing like you are at the track. It's like it's still that one thing that blows my mind. It's actually really, really amazing. But I'm looking at those times now, 1:36.6, not bad. Still 15 minutes to go in the session. We know that Junior got a 1:35 in seeding yesterday.
Junior just goes in front. Junior goes in front of the 1:36.2 now.
Yeah, he's getting close to that time. It's just interesting. You look at, Formula One was last year, 35 years ago. Back then, the circuit had 19 corners, but it was still 4.2 kilometers, and it was actually Alain Prost with the lap record of the 1:16. So it's like
but they've changed this track a lot over the years. They've changed this track many, many times. And like you said, even now for the Formula One coming up, they've changed it again. I'm interested to see what the racing is going to look like. The times, I think, I was watching the seeding yesterday, and the times might stay similar. As long as everybody behaves, because it looks, even now, it looks quite busy out there.
Yeah, I think it's also quite a difficult track. Like, when you're doing your qualifying run, you mentioned it earlier about giving yourself space to find some clean air and get yourself into the zone. There are a lot of blind rises here and corners where you don't see the brake marker, and the last thing you want to be doing is chasing some guy. And I think on certain circuits like Silverstone and Kyalami, it's a lot easier to give yourself space to drop back and get a clean circuit in front of you. But there's, especially on the back section of this track, there's a very tight and technical section. So, through there, you want to really be not worrying about any other cars around you and just focusing on getting your lines right for qualifying. And
Well,
it's tricky, 4.2 Ks, but it's an interesting layout because you don't feel like you've got space.
Such an interesting layout. It threads itself around all the time. You could lose time on the first corner and it's over. The lap is done because the rest of the sequence follows on from that first corner. And it's very impressive to see the faster guys do what they do. As we see now, Junior McCall still up front with Walker in second and Leon Leroux in third, because it's such a difficult track to get a decent time on.
Yeah, I just love, turn one, Tarzan corner. I mean, there's so many stories about how it got its name.
Yes.
But it's such a great name. And obviously with that corner being banked as well, I mean, you look at a race and you know, any time off a start line when your first corner involves heavy braking, which this one does, into what is essentially a hairpin, there's going to be chaos. But because they've banked the curb, I mean, there's an opportunity to overtake around the outside.
Yeah.
So it does. That is probably the main place to overtake you. Getting that long run down the start-finish straight, and then obviously turn one is where most of the action is going to be. So I think the drivers now need to be thinking about that post-qualifying, getting into the race thing. That is a place where it's going to happen. So get your drive out of the final turn 13 right. Make sure you've got good run down the straight, and then worry about turn one, because that's the safest place in my opinion. I think
just as you said, there's somebody goes off on turn 13.
No, one of the Bentleys by the looks of things.
One of the Bentleys goes off on turn 13, and this is exactly it. That was Van Carlen, looks like it. After that corner, it's a beeline towards this corner, turn one, as you were saying earlier on, as we look at Eckhout now. He goes off on the Audi. But that turn one over there is so critical. And some of the drivers are saying that at the start, the pole positions actually starts on the outside of this corner, which gives second place the opportunity to get the run into the first corner. So maybe starting on pole at the circuit isn't ideal. It's such a weird.
Yeah, but I think this is now what's interesting here is the guy that's I'll tell a little bit of history here. There's a corner. There's a corner here that the guy that actually used to run and look after the track actually designed Suzuka. So if you go to turn 3, Hugenholtz, John Hugenholtz was the former director of the circuit, and he actually designed Suzuka. Now, if you look at Suzuka, you remember all that controversy years ago with Senna where they moved him from one side to the other when he qualified in pole. There is not great grip off the racing line here. So even though they've put you on the outside in pole, that is where most of the grip is. So anybody starting on the inside, even though you think you've got the inside into that corner, you don't have any traction or any grip on the inside on these type of circuits. And that's what makes this such a beautiful track, because
it really does,
there is an opportunity. Inside is obviously the easiest way to go, but the guy starting well on pole is going to have the launch off the line and be able to close the door into turn one. So
well, speaking of pole there, this pole position just been snatched early on by Leon Leroux, and now Junior McCall's in second. Oh, Junior McCall takes it back. McCall takes it back with a 136.147, and now 7/100ths of a second behind him is Leon Leroux.
Yeah, they're getting close to dropping into that 135 time, which is kind of what the pros were running. So this is a very, very good qualifying session. The guys are certainly going neck and neck. And I think that the guys don't have to worry about it. And this is, I don't like bringing up doom and gloom, but quite a few drivers have lost their lives over the years racing at the circuit because it is so unforgiving. 2 of the corners are named after guys. So Wim Gerlach, which is turn number 2, has a corner named after him. And then obviously Rob Slottermacher, which is turn number 5 as well. Both of these guys, racing drivers had lost their lives around this track. And that's always the risk with the old circuit where there is no runoff. You make a little mistake and, the walls are right there. So in sim racing, you don't have to worry about it. There's going to be some damage, but you're going to be fine sitting in your lounge and playing on your simulator. But it kind of gives, for people that might be watching for the first time, just puts them in perspective that this is a serious track that is hectically unforgiving.
Yeah, that is one of the major advantages of sim racing, is that danger aspect is not there. But when it comes to the race and the way it's been set up here, as we hop on board as we look at Junior McCall, this game has got damage set into the game. So any mistake that the driver makes, they pay for in the race. They're out of the race. There's no reset button. There's no bouncing off the wall and rejoining. There's none of that. So the guys do tend to take the racing very seriously. As Junior McCall goes into the 35s.
Wow, yeah, he's done it. I mean, he's very, very close to his seeding time that he got, because that was a little bit quicker. I think it was a 1:35.98.
Yes.
So looks like he's actually gone quicker here now. So that's actually flipping good timing. I saw yellow flags being waved as well, so there might have been a bit of an incident just in front of it that we missed. But it's a good point, Ernest. You know, if this isn't gaming, this is simulation. So the whole idea is to recreate what happens in a race environment. If there were no damage controls, the Oaks would just free fall and not care. And I think that's what's so critical here, is you're approaching this like a proper racing driver would on the circuit. So I think there'll be a lot of nervous guys coming into the race, because I think this track is a track that most people probably don't spend a lot of time on the circuit, because it is a difficult track. Everyone goes to the tracks that they love. So I think this is kind of like we've got to know race Zandvoort. So I think the guys are going to be a little bit anxious come race start time.
Yeah, exactly. It's really a case of keeping it on the black stuff today. And Eekhout, Craig Eekhout goes into first position in the Audi. He keeps it on the black with a 1:35.9. Was that a wow I just heard?
It's a flipping great time, that, because I mean, we said they were so close. Junior was so close to qualifying for pros, and these are sort of times that the pros were running. Obviously Zahir was doing a low 1:34s as the fastest, but you know, it's so close to qualifying for pros, so the guys are running some really good pace. But I'm loving it. Look at the lineup we've got there: Audi, Porsche, Aston, Bentley, Ferrari in our top 5. We haven't had that before. So we were all kind of predicting what car is going to work best around here. Well, now we're a little bit buggered going,
It looks like everything. I mean, and we've got the Lexus down in P7. That's close enough to be considered there. Lambo maybe a bit further down in 12th. Mercedes isn't even featuring on this grid, is it?
Well, we've got at least two in the pro category. So we should see a couple running there. I just think a lot of guys didn't opt for the Mercedes this weekend.
Well,
they don't have a choice
for the season
Mercedes,
entries. For the season,
Yeah, the Mercedes is a bit of a dark horse in the well, you know, the guys are very scared to commit to that car right now.
Which is, you know, Jono, it's so interesting though, because if you go to the proper GT3 series, I mean, you look at Intercontinental GT Challenge last year. If it were not for a flippin' stupid little mechanical failure on the first corner of the Kyle Army 9-hour, they were the guys to beat. Was Raffaele Marcello's team, you know, and with Mauro Engel, and that was the car to beat, because it was the most consistent.
Well, funny you mentioned Raffaele.
Maybe it's just a setup thing that they've obviously got right, that the sim guys haven't got their head around yet in terms of managing that car, but they loved it as a driving car because they thought it was so well suited to all conditions.
Yeah, and I wonder if maybe you know, there is something in this sim that maybe doesn't reflect in the real world, in that the Mercedes version that we have here is the 2015 spec. So I don't know if maybe there have been updates since. I know there is an Evo spec Mercedes which isn't running in all the GT3 classes. I think there's only in Asia and stuff where they're running the new Evo spec. But I think that the guys are aiming for the 2019 spec cars in this specifically.
Well, Bruno Cadley, he races the Merc in the pro category, and he was telling me that Marcello, that's the driver you were speaking about earlier on, he actually races online with that guy. And the feedback that he got was that it is different. There are major differences. Marcello wasn't able to be competitive in the sim, even though he's a works Mercedes driver. There were glaring differences for him.
I'm glad you brought that up, Jono, because I mean that's something that I didn't realize. You know, I assume these are cars that are kind of 2019 spec, what the guys were racing last year. So that's very interesting because that explains it. So the guys that are obviously familiar with the Assetto Corsa and have been playing this for a long time, they know this. You know, for us as outsiders, I'm looking at it from the real racing and what I see on circuit, and I know which cars the guys want to spend time in. It doesn't always relate on the gaming front. So thanks for clearing that up, because that makes a massive difference.
As we watch one of the Ferraris through the roller coaster there. Oh, he runs wide. You can't touch that grass on the outside there. That's a bad idea. And that completely throws the line off. Any mistake like that, where you touch the grass, completely throws the line off on this course. It really is like threading a needle the entire way through.
You know what I'm loving though is that, you know, I know Kyalami so well, and I feel like on the game I don't get an idea of the elevation to the same extent. Whereas watching Zandvoort, I'm getting a real feeling for the elevation changes and the dropaways and the off cambers. I'm thinking, geez, if it's like this on the game, how much more intense is it going to be in real life? You know?
That hill looks very steep.
Yeah.
And as you said, remember the mine shaft? We spoke about that. The mine shaft in real life, it's a climb. It's a hike.
It's like, I mean, we've all gone and spent laps around Nürburgring in games, and then when I got to do laps around the track for real, nothing can prepare you for the changes. It's just unbelievable. You know, chatting to my cousin years ago, I mean, he raced in the 24-hour, Mike Briggs, and he was saying, you know, sometimes during a race you have that moment where you just kind of, where am I again? And you're coming up this blind rise and you're going, is this the one that goes left or the one that goes right? You know, you put your foot flat and fully committed, because it's that tricky. And you get the same thing here. You can't, you're not looking from one corner to the next. You can't see it. So you really do need to know the track well, know the subtleties of where the line is and where you can push margins and what bit of curb you can take. And that's what makes it such a difficult track to get right.
Well, that corner we just saw now is for me one of the absolute most, it's one of the trickiest corners I've ever seen. You come over this blind crest, you've got to keep the car to the far left. If you touch the sand like we saw earlier on, it's a problem. And then as the car gets airborne and on your way down, you hit the brakes hard and tuck it in tight to the right. And you see any deviation from that is just, you're either off the track, crash the car, or you lose a lot of time.
Well, you see, that's what's so interesting now, because this whole thing is built up from turn 3, and that's where the FIA have made changes for Formula 1. So that Hugenholz, you can now go, it's a little bit wider, so the guys can come out onto that little back straight section.
This is the section you're talking about over here.
This is where we mentioned earlier, this is where the guy actually died, Rob Schlottermacher, and that's why that turn 5 is called. It's that right combination, and then you go heavy under brakes for Schleifer. So it's a very, very technical and tricky section at the back that requires massive commitment because it is blind. But I can't wait to see this when they actually race here, because that was the final turn 14 onto the back straight, and that is what I want to see with that banking, because apparently the guys reckon it is nuts. 21-degree banking, so it's like the old Monza circuit. So you can imagine you're going to be foot flat and just get catapulted down that track.
In game, I don't feel much banking there at the moment.
It's not.
Yeah, so they've changed it, you say, for the new layout. Okay.
We were chatting with Jono earlier about it, and that's what I'm saying. The guys are not, what you're racing here is not the current 2020 Zandvoort Formula 1 circuit. There have been changes that have been made that have made it better for wheel-to-wheel racing for Formula 1. But in particular, I mean, I was reading an article of Max Verstappen. He was the first guy to do laps, and he said that corner is unbelievable. And they've actually gone, I mean, it's interesting. It's now called the Arie Ludenday corner, because Arie was like the Flying Dutchman. So he's won Indy twice. He's in the Hall of Fame. So they've gone and banked it like it's, I mean, the banking's better than what you find at the Indy 500 at Daytona. So it's like, you can imagine going through that as a driver. It must be amazing, because you literally just peg it and go.
There's so many banked corners here, and the car really gets sucked into those corners because of that bank. Similar to a local corner, another one of our local corners, turn 5 at Killarney. This first, the first turn here, as we now go onto the main straight, the first turn reminds me of turn 5, because you're approaching this corner and it's a banked approach. As you can see in the distance over there, the corner is completely banked and hard on the brakes into this banked section, and any deviation from the ideal line doesn't work. The car gets thrown off up over the edge, or you get into a bit of a slide on the exit. It's extremely tricky, and this sets you up for this next section over here, this right hand over here over the hill, and then into the sharp again bank corner. As you can see, Junior McCall there runs wide, and that there would lose him at least half a second. Just that little mistake.
This is a section you were talking about, yeah. Here's where the commitment is, because it's blind as you come over this, and this is going into the Slottermacher corner, so it's at right, left, right, and then heavy braking right here, and it's so easy to get that wrong. And look there, if you make a mistake, there's no concrete runoff, you're into the sand trap. So one mistake there, miss the breaking point, you're in big trouble. But that's
that
like
corner is a
qualifying.
heavy commitment, yeah.
No, big time. But that means like qualifying done. So Junior has kind of backed up what he did in the seeding runs yesterday. So he's really on a roll after winning in Silverstone round 2. And nice to see the Audi in second place there. So that's also looking very, very good. Craig doing a great job. And Ricardo Francola, which, I mean, I think he was in the pros last week, if I remember correctly, in the Bentley. And he's obviously showing his pace, sitting in third position now. So it's going to be a good race.
Such a good race. Junior McCall going almost half a second faster there with a 135.5. Fantastic pace from him. 3/10 behind him is Ecoat, and there's a Bentley number 3. That's good to see. Bentley, Aston, Lexus, Ferrari. This is going to be a nice little mix. This is going to be a fantastic little mix. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this.
Yeah. Siege. Riley. Taz. Yeah. Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down and go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Find no water, death is sign, baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real monster lives above them all, sleeping. That subtle breathing in your closet every single evening. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come.
We take play seriously. That's why ATK chooses Omen by HP and Windows 10.
Here we come.
And we are live for the start of the race. 30 seconds to go before we get this first Pro-Am race going. Oh, Marius, can you feel the excitement in the air?
No, well, I'm just excited about it. Have a look. 1 to 6, all different manufacturers. Porsche, Audi, Bentley, Aston Martin, Lexus, Ferrari. Hallelujah. Try and pick a winner here today. I think it's going to be crazy. Jono, you said your money's on who?
I think Eckert. I think he's going to. I think his tires are going to last a little bit longer. McCall's looking super fast though. Van Coller also looking super fast. He's in a good car too. Oh man, I don't know.
Let's wait and see. We got seconds to go. Here we go. Off they go on the formation lap.
I mean, Ernest, we were all sitting and bantering earlier about how amazing Tarzan corner is, turn 1. Yeah. And how important the start is. And I can promise you, these oaks, no matter how much you try and calm your nerves down, I can see it's going to be chaos into turn 1. Everyone's going to be trying to get as many moves as possible. But I predict, Jonathan, you're going to be watching around about 12th, 14th places where the chaos is going to happen, because the oaks get sucked into the car in front of them and they'd miss their braking points. And that's always in a heavy braking turn 1 off the start where you have the chaos.
After turn 1 is the section of the year. And even here, I think the guys are going to make a lot of mistakes. Sorry, Jonathan, you were saying?
No, I think the midfield is going to be super tight on these first couple corners. Very tight there. The guys need to slot in behind each other, and that's where the real trick is going to come into, and where you'll see the class of the drivers come in, where you want to make up 5 positions, but this is not the time or place to do it.
Oh my goodness me, it's all about the risk versus reward. And
no, I'm missing Tasman. Tasman, go for it, dude. Lunge into turn 1.
This is not the second to be lunging on the first lap. It is not. And offline, as we said, there's no grip. And there's a couple of corners where if you don't get the line right, you literally just get spat off. And what I also found was, if you're following someone, it's very easy to follow someone off the circuit as well. If you ride up behind someone.
I'm looking, especially because of the up and down, and I'm looking forward to see that all-wheel drive Audi. Like we said, it's in P2, so you would think it's in the right side of the track, so that's correct for the first right-hander, but we know the best grip levels on the circuit on the outside. But it'd be interesting with that all-wheel drive.
Well, just to be clear before
off the line.
Yeah, just to be clear before you continue along that train of thought, is that all these cars are rear-wheel drive, even the ones that are four-wheel drive in real life.
No, man.
So they're all to the same GT3 spec where they're all rear-wheel drive. Yeah, they just got different configurations of.
They're pretty much
engines.
quite similar. The gearbox is the same on all of them, if I'm not mistaken. Is the gearbox standardized on these cars?
But
I'm not certain on that one.
You've just gone and ruined 2 races of commentary for me now completely, because at the end of the day, like, that is where the balance of performance comes in the proper rating, is to kind of balance all of that out. Turbo versus naturally aspirated rear-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive, so it's actually
Audi's biggest advantage away from them. Oh, here we go.
I'm grumpy now. That's it. I'm going to be quiet.
Here we go. Junior McCall, lead. Echoed in second place. Van Coller third. LaRue fourth. As we make our way down the main straight, the guys are lined up side by side, nose to tail. The lights are about to go out. We have green light racing. We have green light racing. The Porsche in front tries to cut across there. Eco holds the inside line, and Eco takes first position. The Porsche slots in behind him. Van Coller in third place in the Bentley. Still LaRue still in fourth position, fighting off there.
Chaos in the back, as we predicted.
Couple of cars below. Couple of cars below. As you see in the mid back.
No, Jonathan, you see, that was all-wheel drive. No ways. Look at the good drive he got off the I mean, you saw Junior.
Here we go. Here's the replay.
Junior tried to close off and go defensive straight away, but that Audi had a great start, and he actually got that start perfect. He wasn't too far back in the box, because we know from the previous races now.
Yeah, it is possible to push that a bit. And so, that Audi just shows how balanced it is, and it is very forgiving. So cold tires, cold brakes, you could do that.
Now's the time for the Audi to try and get that little gap going. The Porsches are, as you say, a little bit more skittish, especially on these cold tires. But from what I've heard from drivers such as Essa, one of the fastest guy in seeding, he said that the Porsche actually gets worse as the fuel load decreases. So now once the tires get warm, the car's going to be on pace, but then it's going to get...
Rickard's outbraking himself big time. Yeah, tricky, eh? It's so easy to miss the brake points here because of the change in elevation. It's I love it.
The brake marker over there is a line across the circuit, and then there's a little curbing on the left-hand side, and there are 2 lines there. So it's quite easy to get confused between those lines, especially in the heat of the moment. One little mistake and that happens.
These guys have kind of opened up a hell of a gap because of that little mistake by Richard Van Coller dropping him way down. So that's kind of given them a bit of breathing space already after 1 lap. So this is great for them, because they just want to get their head down, get themselves into a rhythm. Rhythm in a 50-minute race is critical. You want to get into that zone and just get on with it. You don't want to be worrying about your mirrors and who's behind me and who's trying to dive me. But I think these two showed the pace early on. There's a bit of work for Leon LaRue in the Aston. You can see him dropping back a little bit in third place now. But like I said, it's a long flipping race, and I'm sure we're going to get some replays from what we predicted was going to be midfield carnage into turn 1 off the start. Very, very tricky and easy to get sucked into the car in front of you.
Yeah, that midfield giving our man Jonathan something to do now as we watch Junior McCall. And I think now the move, as you said, Marius, the move now from Junior McCall, hang back. He's clearly got the pace on everybody in this field at the moment. So if he can hang back in second position, he has a look down the inside there. Junior McCall doing no hanging back now. It goes down the inside. Can he do it as they make their way now to the Hans Ernst section of the old Audi S's? It's a right hand and then a left hand. And Junior McCall has another look down the inside. He's not holding back, Marius.
But you know what? That's what I'm saying. He actually can't afford to, because we've spoken about the tire wear in the Porsche. That it does not get any better. The Audi is going to be a lot more consistent. So what Junior needs to do here is get past Craig as quickly as he can, get into a comfortable rhythm, and keep a gap and start preserving tires. So he can't afford to sit behind the Audi, because he's not going to have a car that's going to be on pace with 15 minutes to go in the race.
See, I'm going to be like our friend Tasman and disagree with you on that one, because I would have thought they'd want to get away from the rest of the pack and not get into a tussle. But I get what you're saying.
No, he's got to make the move. He feels that he's quicker than Craig. He's got to get past and get going, because that Porsche is not going to get better later on in the race from a tyre wear perspective. The Audi is so much more forgiving on its tyres. So I think that's what he's trying to do. Junior's trying to get that move done instead of settling into a rhythm and saying, oh, no. Yeah, we're going to have a look at that chaos from turn one. We've got a full replay so the guys can hit go on that anytime they want to, because that's going to be interesting to officiate. I think when we do our replay catch up on incidents is going to be very interesting.
Okay. This is total carnage there. A whole bunch of cars crashing into each other there.
You know what's quite interesting though, Ernest? I mean, I thought the chaos was going to be under the braking on the entry into one, but I mean that looked like a Ferrari losing it on the banking of Tarzan corner, and then literally causing the domino effect. So it wasn't actually under braking like I thought might happen. So the guys did well through there. But check Junior. Junior knows he's got to get this move done now. He feels he's got the pace. And from what we've seen with Junior, I don't think he's a guy that wants to stick around. I mean, he got a clear gap in Silverstone. He ran away with it. Kyle Lamy, when he was dealing with a bit of pressure, he made a few mistakes. So I think he wants to get this thing done. He's 12 years old. Listen, patience is not something 12-year-olds know about.
Indeed, I was speaking to him earlier on. I spoke to his brother, the other McCall brothers in the pro class, Byron McCall. And Junior is, as you said, 12 years old. He's the younger brother. And him and his older brother.
I should hope he's a younger brother. I mean, there's a guy younger than him racing. But a 6-year-old, look at him go.
And he's showing good pace, they say. They say that he's going to be hopefully a future racer, and hopefully they're going to try and get him into a kart or something later on. His older brother, a former development kart racer. So it's in the family, and Junior, as you said, he's someone that he wants to hustle, he wants to get past.
It's going to be quite, just while you were talking, I just see that the new guy who we hadn't seen before, Brent Lindsay Ray, and the Aston has got a drive through. Or it did come up, it looks like it's been removed now, so maybe when Jonathan gets back on comms, we can find out what was going on there, because he's obviously checking out all the incidents and dishing out time penalties or drive-through. So we'll see what happened there. Because
if there was a drive-through, it wasn't me.
Oh, okay. So what was that the game that implemented that?
Yeah, that would be game implemented. Was it Brent Lindsay
Ray? Yeah.
Okay.
Any idea what that would be for cutting corners, maybe consecutively, or?
Cutting corners will give you a stop-go 30, if I'm not mistaken. But definitely game implemented, and he would have cleared that himself through the pits.
Yeah, we saw him go through, but I mean, normally you've got like 3 laps to do your drive-through penalty. He's taken it straight away. I wonder if that might not have been an error on the start. Maybe he got himself, it's his first race.
Maybe out of position. Yeah, that's very, very, very possible. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's quite a tricky thing to get right if it is your first race. We saw Kelvin van der Linde a few weeks back when sim racing with the real racing drivers kicked off. He raced at Kyle Lamy using a set of course, and that's where he got himself into trouble, was under the restart of the race. So
it was such an exciting event. I know the guys were looking forward to racing against him, and he was looking forward to racing. But the game is so strict when it comes to those things. That's the end of that.
But here's the section. This is that the Slottermarker corner, heavy under braking here. Get it wrong, have a look at that. You're into the sand dune. No dikes.
That's it. Both of them running a little bit wide, and that's the problem. If you're not in that groove on the right-hand side, you're going to run wide, and that's giving McCall an opportunity now as we go on board into the tight right-hander. They're going to aim for that ambulance on the right-hand side over here, and then tuck it in back left, cut across, want to grab a little bit of curb on the inside there, and now run wide. Apply the pressure.
It's one of those nameless corners. It's literally a hairpin left. It used to be called the Vodafone corner. It's got no name now on the new circuit. I'm sure that'll change. And like you said, this used to be the Audi S's. That's now called the Hans Ernst corner. So a lot of changes, and it's quite nice because it opens out so you can get on the power a little bit earlier. That will be one of the changes that has been made for Formula One, because they've widened that exit so the guys literally can get on the power a bit earlier and line themselves up for this catapult down the long straight.
That last corner it's possible to go flat out there if you get it right, but if you're out by half a meter on the entrance to the 2 corners back, it doesn't work. So it's just one of those corners where it's this constant apex sort of single long corner as we go on board with Clint, as we watch Clinton Riddle in the Porsche in 13th position. and
Yeah, we saw-
not total Porsche domination today. Eh?
No, and that for me is very exciting to see, because I mean we've kind of thought, oh well, that's how it's going to be for a while now. We actually saw Walker up ahead when we were on board with Clinton. We saw running a little bit wide and then exit onto the straight, bit of dust that got kicked up. So that'll obviously excite Riddle looking ahead, knowing the guys are just ahead of him, gives him something to chase, and then obviously Skitter in the Ferrari as well. So there are nice battles. The guys are all quite evenly spaced, like 0.3, 0.4 of a break throughout the pack. And we knew they'd settle into that rhythm, 5 laps down, 40 minutes to go in the race. And I think this is what's critical. Get a rhythm going and keep yourself as consistent as possible. The opportunities will come in this race.
Exactly, as we see Wood now putting some pressure on Buck in the Ferrari. Finally, we're going to see some action. It's such a difficult place to overtake. I do think it's one of those places where you can force an error. And looks like Julie McCall has forced that error up in front. Julie McCall's taken first place. If we can, Julie McCall's taken
back.
And he's back. He's fallen back. Well, we've got some racing
back
on our hands now. We've got some racing happening here today.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a replay of that, because we did miss some action there. But I mean, that's good. So that's going to go back to Craig's fighting right back. But that's what we said. They've got to go for it. Yeah, I know it's a 50-minute race, but at the end of the day, you can see, have a look how close Leon Leroux and the Aston Martin is now. So these two guys are actually slowing themselves up big time. And it's now, Leon's got the bit between the teeth. You guys go and fight about it, and I'll just put in a couple of good laps. And he's dragging Bernard with him as well, King, in the Lexus. So this is awesome. Look at the different lines on that exit coming out of there. It's amazing.
So exciting. Now, this is the thing. This is what I was saying earlier on. If they'd have just gotten away, they wouldn't have had this problem now. And now they're both facing the pressure of
there's a replay. So it was through the S corners that he got the move back. So that was well done.
Now look at Leroux spying that they just did a 38. Oh, Junior goes down the inside. That was a risky move over there, especially at that spot. Leon Leroux now starts to catch up. Junior McCall still having a look down the inside, as you say, the nameless section over here by the ambulance. And the Audi in front, Junior McCall chasing him down, but Leon Leroux watching on, hoping for either a gap or a mistake as they make their way now towards the Hans Ernst S's or the Audi S's. But will this be Audi's S as they make their way through now?
Well, listen, that was good racing by Junior and by Craig, because they kind of gave each other space. You saw him coming, they gave each other space, and that's what we want to see in the racing. You've got to have a go, but you've got to obviously be aware of what the guys are doing around you as well. So that was really good racing to see.
Exactly. Bernard King also now sneaking up to the party in that Lexus over there. This is what we've come to see. Top 4 guys, number 5 also. We've got Van Coller there in the Bentley. Top 4 guys within half a second of each other. This is racing.
Look, I mean, Coller will obviously be grumpy. Remember, he was sitting in 3rd position and he made a little mistake, outbraking himself in that tricky right-hander on the back section. So he's got some catching up to do, but this will make him very, very happy. He's in with a shout. The guys are having a proper dogfight up front, and that's just going to suck him into it as well. But this is great racing. I mean, I'm very proud to see how these Pro-Am guys are actually going about it, because there's some good racecraft, there's some good patience. Very, very well done.
Yep, well done indeed. And let's see now what's going to happen. They've got 37 minutes of racing left. That's still a lot of racing to go. Still plenty racing to go. So now's not the time to get too excited. What do you think is going to be the move for Leon Leroux at this stage, Marius?
So I was just actually quite cool looking at the live split screen footage as well, because Walker and the guys in the Ferrari were having another ding-dong good battle to watch there as well. For me at this stage, for Leon, he's got nothing else to do. Yeah, here we go. Back on the action with George and the guys in the Ferraris. And
this is getting interesting over here. This is getting very interesting. George, they're taking on Walk in that Ferrari. Oh, that Ferrari does look good, though. I love the livery on that Ferrari. It does look good as they make their way now towards the S's again. Easy. This looks like a spot where you can have a look. It's been done before. The guys have overtaken there. But unfortunately, no move getting made that time.
Yeah, but what's critical is, I mean, and that's the nice thing with, remember, just before that, you've got that nameless hairpin left. It used to be the Vodafone corner. So if you want to get a move done at the Audi S, Hans Ernst corner, you're going to have to get your exit out of that hairpin and nail it perfectly. And then you've got a legitimate chance through there. So
look at this. There's a gap.
Taking done.
Look at there's a gap now. George has now managed to eke out a little bit of a gap. And if he can keep that gap, he'll be okay. But let's see Walker was there with Ika the gap. If George can catch up, we'll have to see. But the pressure is so on. You cannot make any mistakes. And George, though, now getting pressure from Mumford as well.
I'm just having a look up at the top. So there's like 0.1 between Junior and Leon. So we saw, I mentioned it earlier, that Junior struggled a bit being put under pressure at Kyalami, made a few mistakes. And where he was now putting all of the pressure on our leader Eckhout, now the pressure's back on him. So I'm sure when we go back to that race, you'll have a look there. There's a lot of battling going on there. There's nothing in there.
Top 5, there's nothing in it between that top 5.
Yeah.
Even King, Van Coller, they're all up there.
Yeah, Van Coller managed to, as we go now, and
got a back marker in the Lambo.
Van Coller managed to sneak up onto the back of this train over here, and he has literally got a front row seat to anything that's about to go down right now, because anybody here makes one mistake, there are going to be dire consequences for at least 2 cars.
You know what's great? You know what's great about this is that no one can actually focus on the car in front of them at the moment. I mean, I guess the guy with the best seat in the house now is Craig. He's got an open track. Oh, big accident at the bottom. That's coming out of the final turn onto the start finish.
One of the Bentleys has to take a void.
That Bentley would have crashed as well, I'm sure. No, he's back on the track. Wow. Big off there. You don't want to be getting it wrong there.
But fastest part of the circuit. He's fastest corner, yeah.
But what I was saying, like, have a look at what's happened now for Craig. He's got a clear track in front of him. That's all he's got to focus on. But all these other guys are having to watch the car behind them. They can't focus on the car in front. There's a proper train that's formed, and everyone's looking to have a go.
There's the Bentley over there limping its way around. Oh, that's the Audi. Sorry, that's an Audi back marker. And that's the other thing about this track. It's so short.
I mean, it's
so short that it's possible to catch up to the back markers quite quickly, which we've now seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, at 4.2 Ks, of course, not the longest, but that's not the shortest either. You know what I mean? Like, you think of what Swartkops is. You know, I mean, it's like it's half the distance of this track. So it's not bad.
These cars are so fast, though. I mean, 1 minute 30 is a very quick time on any circuit. And I think just the fact that if the guy's 5-10 seconds off the pace, which we've seen, you know, it's easy to start catching up to the guys. And I think at the end of this race, and especially in the pro category as well, I think that's going to play a role as we get nearer to the end.
I also reckon this track has that feeling, just for us sitting as commentators, there's no break. The driver doesn't get any downtime here because it is narrow, it is up, it is down, it's braking, it's left, it's right. There are some straights, but there's not like one hell of a long straight. He's got a good opportunity here. Junior got a good drive out of that final corner, so I'm expecting to see Craig go defensive. Shut the stop now. He's got to cover. I just think that the lap just feels so quick here because you're busy.
Audi runs wide. Audi runs wide.
Oh, that's going to excite Junior.
That's going to excite him a lot because now he's going to be able to catch up as we head through towards that hard left-hander. If he catches...
Craig did well to correct that because it's very easy to have gone off the track there. He actually did very well to get the car stopped. He kept it in a straight line, got it stopped, and then turned. A lot of the times the guys will panic. But this is where, for me, Junior is the quickest, is through this really tricky, committed part, the technical section for me with that right, left, right, into this back-end section when the guys start turning around to head back home. That is where that Porsche just seems really, really well set up. Maybe he's just... there's no fear in the 12-year-old.
None whatsoever. You know what? I thought that would be one of the tricky sections for the Porsche, but he seems to have that car really well set up for that section, as you say. And now he's right up on the back of that Audi. When is he going to make the move? I think that the risk to make a move here is very, very high. And Junior's weighing those risks up, and he seems to be a different driver from what he was at round 1 at Kyalami, that's for sure.
Yeah, but you know what you've got to start doing now? I don't know, for anybody that's watching the stream for the first time or joined the Pro Series for the first time, there are 12 rounds, but obviously the drivers get to throw away their 2 worst rounds. So, for a couple of drivers, this is their first race in the series. So basically, they've lost that opportunity. They've now got to score points all the way through. But Junior's been consistent. So for him, you also want to have a consistent, good race here. So there's still lots of time, 31 minutes to go in the race. It's about making sure you score points every round. Obviously, in the Pro-Am, only the top 10 guys are going to score points. So you've got to make sure you're there first, and obviously first prize is next round at Paul Ricard to try and be in the pros because you're going to be scoring more points. But Junior wants to just keep ticking over and scoring as many points as possible, not doing anything stupid. It's a very, very it's an interesting combination. I love the way they've set this up, that every round is a seeding round. So you're not guaranteed because you were pro in the previous round that you're pro in the next round. I think that makes it really exciting for the drivers. It keeps them sharp round to round.
Well, the guys have to fight for it at the seeding rounds, because what I've noticed over the last 3 rounds as well is that certain drivers are getting faster over the weeks. So certain drivers that might not have seeded for the Pro-Ams, or not even seeded well in the amateurs, are now starting to creep up the amateurs towards the Pro-Ams. And the guys are practicing more, they're committing more time to practice and getting faster. As Junior McCall has a look down the inside once again at the S's.
Yeah, it's tricky because I really do think, this is probably a good place. He's looked here a few times as an overtaking opportunity into the Hans Ernst corner, but he's also outbraked himself quite a few times when he has tried to commit for it. The last 2 laps, he's actually hit that brake marker perfectly now. So it feels to me that is where he thinks he's probably got the best opportunity. It looks like the Audi is able to defend turn 1, Tarzan, pretty well. So I don't think this is going to be the place for him. I think it's through this back section that he starts getting really, really quick and starts getting sucked in. I think that is going to be where he's going to look to make his move. But things seem to have settled down. Everyone's kind of kept that gap. We have a look at Richard van Colle. He hasn't got any closer. Things have stabilized now with 12 laps down. We thought we were going to be in for a big grandstand battle, but everyone seems to have settled down in positions 3, 4, and 5.
Well, Junior McCall made a mistake into turn 1, but look how easily and quickly he gets back on the back of this Audi.
This is his quick.
This is the section he goes down the hill. Audi runs wide. Junior goes down the inside. Junior makes a mistake, touches them. I think they touched.
That wasn't Junior's mistake there. Literally, the Audi ran wide. He came back on the track and made contact. But again, well done to all the drivers there. That it didn't end up in tears. Everyone backed out and gave each other an opportunity. But look now, Leon LaRue's under big pressure because he had to take avoiding action from Junior, who was all over the track. And Junior spun.
Junior contact between the Lexus and Junior. Oh my goodness, what went wrong there? The nameless corner claimed some names there. Junior McCall now back down to 5th position. The car looks okay.
Perhaps the tire's starting to feel it a bit at this point on the Porsche. I don't know. But, mistakes will happen. And, big props to the guys who have to avoid these situations. And they've done well so far.
Very well. Exceptionally well.
But, Jonathan, just having a look there, that wasn't his error that started this whole chain of events. So he's looked like his tires have been good. It was actually Charles up front that made the error, and I suppose then Junior loses his rhythm for a bit, and that's what we spoke about. They've all got a good rhythm going now. One little incident, you kind of lose your mojo and your vibe, and you end up making a mistake at the hairpin left-hander, and that's what's dropped you back again. So, it's tricky, but good driving by the guys, giving each other space. Nobody getting turned around facing the wrong way, and they're back to race again. There's still plenty of time in this.
Well, Ika's still smiling in first position. You were saying, John.
So let's have a look. I think we've got a replay of Junior's spin. So that would have been at that hairpin left, old nameless Vodafone corner. I loved your analogy. So I think this was the area where Charles ran wide. Oh no, there. Oh, he actually went up. Again.
I think Junior touched him on the inside there.
That was him having a full. I'd love to see it again. That was him having a full go.
He was having a full go, yeah.
Yeah, it was actually nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong. It's a pity that it ended that way. We want to see these kind of battles, but him having a nice go, I think he was feeling racy at that point.
I wonder what happened on the previous corner. I don't think there was contact there, but that downhill with the Porsche, if you lift off the power there, the car does tend to rotate a lot.
Yeah,
so
but
if he backed out when he saw the Audi going off or coming towards him, that could have been a problem either way.
Yeah, but Ernest, if you look at that, I think Charles came back on the track making a correction, and Junior actually corrected to avoid. That was big contact there.
Yeah,
with Goodell. But just to finish that thought there, and I think he actually had to make avoiding action not to smash into the recovering Audi, and that's what put him on the inside on the grass and started that whole comedy of errors. But
man.
Tricky.
What a pity. But McCall's still in 5th position. He's 1 second behind King. And if he's 1 second behind King, that means he is maybe starting to catch up to that pack a little bit. Let's see. He would be a man on a mission now. If that car's in a good condition, he is a man on a mission right now. Jason
running wide, Van Rooyen exiting, Ferrari swapping positions there. I do think there's going to be some talking points around Junior's attempt at that hairpin, because again, it's very tricky. We didn't get in that one replay to see how far up the inside he was for Charles, but Charles obviously took his normal line, and that's where the contact came. So it'd be interesting to view that again, because that's again one of those tricky situations where, you know, the driver in front, Charles needs to go, okay, the guys come, I need to leave him the space, because that hairpin is one of the places where you can go 2 cars through it. So that'll be interesting to have a look at that on a replay. I'm sure it'll be in our discussion, Jonathan, next week sometime. We're reviewing incidents.
Yeah, for sure.
Moody.
Okay, let's have a look. I think we've got a replay that's coming up, so that'll help us. Let's have a squiz again.
Contact.
Oh, you see, we actually.
Yeah, you see, Echo did a fantastic job of seeing the attack coming. He took the necessary action to avoid the contact. There was still contact, but I think what happened was McCall made quite a leap of an overtake there, but he ended up on the receiving end of the band.
What's great for you, Jonathan, you'll be able to see all the angles, all the replays on that 1-2. We can't see the steering input, but Charles definitely left him space, but we can't see what happened from the Porsche's perspective in terms of making the contact. Maybe he just lost a bit of lost it under braking perhaps, but well done by Charles. From what we saw there, he certainly did run wide and left him the space to have a go at making that pass.
Junior may also have smelt a bit of a window being left open, a gap being left for him. So it'll be interesting. Going to take a look at that again after, and I'm sure we'll cover that in our race review this week. Yeah.
But we actually, sorry, I'm going Charles and it's Craig. Sorry, Craig Eckhart, you're doing a great job. Best I get your name right. I should be remembering this sort of stuff by now. But what has been interesting, which we've missed, is in all that chaos earlier, there's been a proper change around. Richard van Colle is back where he was at the start of the race in 3rd place. And we obviously, Junior's got an opportunity now, then Lexus being the sandwich in that little battle that's developing quite nicely with Bernard King. So this is looking like a good battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Well,
position up for grabs.
Bernard King's going to start getting pressure from Junior McCall, no doubt about it. He's going to start having a look to see if he can start catching up with that lead back. Clearly the faster guy here today. Oh, and Bernard King running wide there, and that's the problem. We've got an Audi spun out. That's Ika. That's Craig, the leader.
As I was apologising for getting his name wrong and what a great drive he's having, I've gone and cursed him.
The commentators cursed Max again.
Jeez, I don't know what's gone on. I don't know what's happened there, but I mean, this has really thrown the cat amongst pigeons. When I got an Aston Martin leading, Leon Leroux, that's kept his nose out of everything, just gone about the business, not been involved in much, avoided the incidents when he's needed to, has been gifted a race lead. 23 minutes still to go, and I reckon, Craig will probably slot back in. There he has in 5th place. So still time. He can still correct what he's done wrong, but he's going to be cursing himself for a lap or two. Hard to get yourself refocused. I don't know if Bernard saw that happening, and that's why he had a bit of a moment going into turn 1. Because remember, we wondered what he was doing, and then we saw the Audi recovering. So I don't know what happened.
Now Leon Leroux's opportunity. Leon Leroux's pace, 136.6, I think it is not too shabby at all. If he can put his head down and start knocking out some 136s, low 137s, I think he could start pulling away from this group over here, because Junior McCall is going to be harassing the back of this Bentley and Lexus over the next couple of laps, and while he's doing that, Leon Leroux could be getting away.
Yeah, we saw him having a go. I mean, that was the corner that he always seemed to have liked, was the Hans Ernst corner, the old Audi S. He had a good go there, but Bernard did a great job defending that line on the exit, because it's a right-hander at 45 into like a 180 long left-hander. So your exit out of the left is more important than the entry into the right. So very, very interesting to see the different approaches to that corner. But he did well defending that. And Junior's got to do some refocusing and get back on the back of this battle.
Definitely not out of it yet. He's right back on the back of King. And I think with 21 minutes to go, that's practically half the race. I think he can do it.
You know what's cool, Johnny, you know what's cool though for Craig is that he was sitting at 5.5 off. He's now down to 4.8. So he's closing the gap. If these guys keep battling, here's the replay of what happened to our leader, Craig, going into Tarzan corner, running in. So he's running in a little bit hot.
Oh my goodness.
That is just ever so hot,
That's the thing. It's only a little bit. That wasn't. He didn't come in 5 k's an hour faster. That was just a smidgen, as you said, ever so. What a pity.
Do you recall a few laps later when he outbraked himself and Junior was on his back? And I said what he did well is he didn't try and turn the car. He just thought, let me just break it in a straight line, run deep, and then do the turn. It looks like, he tried to get the turn done, and that's just what saw him losing the rear end of a rear-wheel drive Audi. Yeah, they're not running in the all-wheel drives. Lesson learned, Morris. That's really opened this race up. But what I was saying is actually, I thought he had closed the gap, but he's dropped back now to 5.3. But if these guys keep battling in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, he's certainly in with the chance.
I think the tires are starting to go off. That corner that he spun out on is at that spot to spin out there. It is very, very unusual to spin out like that.
King having a go on Rechard, great move. Going for the safer inside option and getting it done. And Rechard doing well there as well. I mean, saw him, turned and kind of left him the space. So good racing from these guys. And we know Rechard, we were discussing 2 weeks ago, there were a couple of incidents involving him from Silverstone. And that was good racing there. Well done.
Rechard's still having a look. I'm sure he believes that he's at least as fast as Van Coller is over there, or at least as King is over there. And Junior McCall still watching on from behind him. I was thinking he'd have made a move by now, but he does seem to be just hanging on to the back of these guys. He does probably realize there's 20 minutes left of racing.
You know what we're worried about? I mean, I think we've seen Junior just make one or two mistakes. We know this is quite a tricky place to get a pass done. So I think he's got himself involved. Oh, there's a little tap on the rear of Rechard there. So I think he's got himself involved in a few going for a move and not working out. You see him giving back that position. So that for me is exactly. He actually went and tapped Rechard under braking, put him in a spin, and looks like he's done the right thing. They're giving that position back, which is that's mature. 12 years old, getting your head around that. So really, really well done. But that's my point. He's in with a shout, and then a little mistake gets made on an overtake move, and that's what's ankle tapping his progress at the moment.
Yeah, still lots of time though. As Eckhart goes off there, looks like it. One of the car went off just behind Junior. Is this Eckhart catching up? No. Craig is now catching up to Junior McCall. Can you believe that? Craig, a man on a mission after making that mistake in turn 1 earlier on. I spoke to Junior's dad earlier on, and he calls himself their PR, the McCall brothers PR. And Junior is, as you said, he's maturing very, very fast. He's learning very, very fast, and made a couple of mistakes today, but he definitely seems to be coming back. And the car's still on the track, the car's still fast, and he's still in contention.
Oh, look, Byron Walker, we've got him just behind there in the Ferrari in 6th place. He'll be obviously loving what he's seeing up ahead. Obviously, between that, it looks like we've lost the Audi. So Craig has gone and made a mistake. Have a look, Craig's dropped back. So Byron's actually got past him. So Craig's gone and made a mistake again. And I'm assuming it would have been into turn 1 because we saw him coming onto the start-finish straight and he was ahead of the Ferrari. So it looks like there was an incident into turn 1 again by Craig. So he's obviously feeling a bit of pressure. But Rechard, well done. There we go. Junior, I think, has got it done now. Oh, he's leaving him space, going around the outside. This is the hard thing to do. Well done, guys. Good racing. Rechard is ready. Oh, as I say, well done. They're going door to door, but Rechard's really outbrake himself. Junior's got to have him here going into the Audi S. He's got to have him under brakes. Well done. That's good racing. That for me is maturity. Like we said, that hairpin, the nameless hairpin, used to be Vodafone left. 2 cars can go through that corner side by side, and then you get a proper short run on that straight to the Audi S. And that was a perfect example there. He took his time, stayed on the outside, knowing that he'd have the inside through that 45 right-hand of the first bit of the corner for the Audi S. So good job. He's finally got it done. Now he can set his sights on getting after King in 2nd place in that Lexus.
That was fantastic racing. Now Junior McCall in 3rd position. The 2 drivers up ahead, there's a bit of a gap.
Yeah, here's our replay of Craig down at the bottom, screen again through turn one. Yeah, running in a little bit too hot, coming on the power. Yeah, same thing again.
Those tires might be off. If that's exactly the same mistake, it's an unusual place to make that kind of error. One of the other things about this game is that, Jonathan, you can confirm that I hit a bump the other day and the tire deflated. So
yes, if you contact too many curbs, you will start to get pressure loss in those tires.
Sure. So it's those kind of variables that can cause any sort of difficulty for the driver, and I think there might be something going on with Craig's car over there in that Audi.
I'm just having a look here. Byron Walker is loving this because Richard is outbraking himself again. Have a look, that's the second time. That's 2 laps in a row. That's what gave Junior the opportunity for the overtake move through this left-hander hairpin. Richard's gone and done it again. Maybe he's struggling to get that big Bentley stopped, but Byron is certainly in with a shout now. Sitting in 5th, this will be a great result for him. 4th place is right there, and in with a really good shout. And this will be his best results. I mean, I'm looking at the results from round 2. And he wasn't in the top 10, and yeah, he's in a good battle in 5th, fighting for 4th, and Record certainly giving him enough opportunities.
Well, Noor Hendricks, the other Ferrari driver, has said that this course does favor the Ferraris more than the previous 2 tracks, and we've seen the Ferraris haven't done too well at the previous 2 races, but here it does seem to be a better car, so giving the guys a good run for his money, running as high as 5th place at the moment and looking at 4th. I think he's going to have I think in the next couple of laps he might be able to get an advantage over this Bentley. The Bentley's kind of all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, he's making a couple of mistakes, mainly under braking, and I think what Byron did there, which was so good, he showed him, he made sure that you can see my Ferrari is there, because I think it's very easy down that straight just to miss your braking point, run a little bit deep. So that's a sort of pressure. You don't necessarily have to try and make the pass through Tarzan turn 1, but you can certainly let the car know that you're there and hope that pressure will make them just miss the braking point, which is we've seen it happen
so many times over and over. He has a look at the back bumper of this Bentley. Big back bumper it is. They head through the right-hander now. They're going to get hard on the brakes in this tight right-hander now.
This is where he's been making his mistake. He's nailed it this time. Well done. Got that corner, nailed it. Perfect turn in. Sweet on the apex. So this is looking like a way better lap from Richard. Nicely done. So he's obviously likes the pressure because he's been clean now.
So far, no problems. Yeah, as we now head into those S's, will he be good under brakes? Walker just holding his own there. Walker has another look down the inside. Dives down the inside. There's contact. The Bentley gets pushed off once again, and the Audi has to take evasive action. The Bentley now facing the wrong way. Walker trying to do the right thing by waiting. But how long is he supposed to wait?
No, that was really unfortunate, because as we complimented Richard doing such a great job, it was actually great that we were on board with Byron, because you saw the frantic working on his hands. He realized that he'd run out of brakes, and now he's just trying to figure out where to steer that Ferrari. So, Jonathan, there'll be some more work for you on that for sure.
Yes,
and
unfortunately.
a real pity. We're seeing the Bentley pulling into the pits because there was quite a hard bang. But what it has done is it's given Craig the opportunity. Like we said, you're in with a shout here. He's now finding himself back in 4th place, and we're on board with Sean Mumford in 7th in the Porsche, and just behind him. Yeah, lots of battles going on.
Sean Mumford also saying that he's loving the way the Porsche is set up here. Difficult to drive, but he's happy with his pace. Running in 7th position now. Behind him is Walker in the Lexus, but actually on track it's the Audi right behind him here. Which Audi is this following?
Yeah, that's out of position though. That must be a back marker that they're making their way past. But you know what I've picked up? Just having a look now, in 19th place is Brent Lindsay Ray. Remember, he came in really, first time we've seen him race, qualified very, very well, was quick in the seeding runs, and then got given that drive-through from the game. He was 60 seconds off of the lead, way down in last. So he's actually got really good pace, and he's found himself now up in 18th position, which is fantastic. So I love seeing that, because in the real racing, you're not going to give up. And I think a lot of the time the guys can go, you know what, I'm out of here, hit cancel and jump out of the game. And you can't do that in the real world. And this is what we're trying to create here, is proper real racing. So well done to him. There's battles right the way through, and I think he's hoping to try and get as close to the top 10 as possible.
Yeah, we're on board with Lindsay Ray now. We just jumped off back onto another Aston. In first place, Leon Leroux in an Aston Martin. Oh, what a difference a day makes, eh? Leon Leroux now all of a sudden in front.
It's just bizarre for me because we had like a 5-way battle with all the cars kind of split by like 2 seconds. And now have a look at the gap. He's got a 6-second gap over Bernard in the Lexus, who's like a further 7 seconds ahead of Junior McCall. So this is actually, it's really settled down into a race that I think could stay like this till the end if none of them make silly mistakes.
Yep, well, Noor Hendricks better not make a mistake. Jason van Rooyen right on his back bumper. The two Ferraris battle it out. Jason van Rooyen is one of the cars who was involved in that first corner incident, if I'm not mistaken. The pink Ferrari, you can't really miss it. And he is absolutely on the back bumper of Noor Hendricks. And as I said earlier, Noor Hendricks also saying that the pace of his Ferrari is decent. So he knows that the Ferrari behind him is not going to be slow through this section coming up.
Yeah, I want to drive this track like on the game. I want to drive it for real because this for me is, I love circuits that just have those serious big commitment corners where there's over that blind rise. If you're not 100% committed, Zolder is the same. There's a whole back section where it's also, you come up to this corner and it's like blind drop off to the left. I love the undulations built around the sand dunes. We've got someone running back. I think that was Riddell, or was it Wilt running wide at the back in the Porsche. But I love these circuits that are built around the natural landscape. It really creates some committed racing from a driving perspective.
Indeed, absolute commitment is needed for a lot of these corners. And that's the thing about commitment in a corner like that. You put your foot down, you've made the calculations, and now you've just got to go. And hopefully not have to make any adjustments. And can you imagine doing it at that speed in a car like this on a track with such high risk? It's just unbelievable.
But it's also, like the slightest little error, you're just a fraction off of the line through that corner, and it's unforgiving because the track is narrow, and then there's gravel, or there's a wall, or there's a barrier. So you've literally got to be so sweet. You can be committed. It's fine to be committed when you've got a parking lot to play. But you've got to be committed here and thread the needle, essentially. It's incredible. I love the circuit. It really looks good.
We're looking at Bellingen now, and he was doing so well in the seedings. 7th in the seedings. He's now running all the way down in 21st, battling it out with Kersop in the other Lamborghini over there. Such a pity. We've really seen a mix-up of drivers. The guys another one, Jason Isherbrook in the Bentley. He's in 19th position, and he's won this category before.
Just before we even get to that, I just see that obviously race control has gone and issued a 15-second penalty to Byron Walker for that contact and braking into the Audi S, into that right-hander when he ran into the back of our Bentley. So, yeah, I mean, that's not going to help Reckard at the moment. He's not going to feel happy about that because he was in with a good shout. We've got one of the Ferraris going off there. Who was that?
Was that Van Rooyen? That's Van Rooyen.
Oh, okay, Van Rooyen feeling the pressure and running off. So, yeah, I mean, 15 seconds, that's going to get calculated to his position at the end. But, I know Reckard's going to be grumpy about that because he was on for a solid race result. Remember, he raced in the pros at our last round in Silverstone, so was looking for a really good result here in the Pro-Ams and was on track for that, and Byron just outbraking himself. But penalties been dealt with, so well done to race control. It's the right call.
Yeah, these things happen, unfortunately, and if you've done a crime, you've got to do the time, and that obviously wasn't malicious. We saw that he tried to take evasive action there, but too little too late. As we go on board with Dale Smith and the Lamborghinis, and the Lamborghinis really not doing well in this series, running 19th through 21st at the moment, the first of the Lamborghinis.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen too much, and again, I mean, they are running Hurricane. It was news for me about the different spec, like what Jonathan was telling me about the Merc, the AMG. We see the two of them making contact Lambo to Lambo. That's expensive. These aren't little city golfs, but and having another go at 3. I check they're not. That's always going to end in tears. When you start
that's always going to end in tears. That was not the place.
Yeah,
when you not the place.
Through a tight and tricky section like that, and you start tapping a guy on the rear wheel, there's only one way you're going to go, and that's the wrong way. So I'm sure there'll be some more work for Jonathan. That's why we haven't heard from him in a while.
He's too busy signing off papers over there. But that's exactly that. That's not the spot to be. Is this gentleman's surname Wid or Wild?
Wid.
It's Wild, yeah.
Is it Wild? Okay, so that is G Wild over there in the Porsche, chasing down Noor Hendricks, who was early on tussling with Van Rooyen, who's now fallen back. And
he was wild in round 1 and 2, and then he went to a double I for round 3. I prefer him as a wild driver.
Yeah.
It just goes a lot better. Weird is just weird.
Yeah. George Wild now chasing that Porsche down. And this section over here, as you're saying, it's so easy to make a mistake under pressure there. But these guys are all coping so very well with this kind of pressure. It's really impressive to see the caliber of racing that we see, even in the pro and professional. It's just impressive stuff.
This is basically where Byron is going to slot into in the overall results, is into this 8th, 9th position, because he's got enough of a gap there with the 15 seconds. So this is a good little battle for George to focus on, because there's no one in front of Noah, so he can have a full go. And is that not the 666? Is that the 666 Bentley in the back? I mean, Aston that I'm seeing in the back there. Who is that? No, that's Kutsia. Sorry, that's Kutsia.
Yeah, that is the race for position. So Kutsia is also in the mix here with these two guys.
But I'm not seeing Riddle. Where's Riddle here? Because we've lost a Porsche.
And the standings haven't updated yet.
So, you know what? That is the 666. I think they've obviously got a lap. They must have a lap on Brent Lindsay. I'm trying to see what's happening there, because why have we got an Aston sitting off the back of There's Riddle. I'm just trying to see why we've got an Aston sitting off the back there. It's Kutsia, but he was right behind George. Interesting.
That would have been the back marker. Okay, that would have been the back marker.
Yeah, I think it was the 666. I think it was Brent Lindsay Ray that's making his way back up through the field and doing a great job. Was last with that drive through. It is 666. Okay, so definitely. So that's our 17th place man. And the battle that we're busy looking at is for 9th position. So literally a lap on it. But this is interesting, because we saw Brent with massive pace. So he's actually quicker than these guys in front, because that's where he was running in the beginning of the race. Instead he got that drive-through penalty. So this is quite interesting. You've got a guy running in 17th who's going to overtake the guys that are battling for 9th. I love it. Motor racing is great.
What the stewards are going to say about this one, because he's clearly got the pace, as you said. But this is full position, and he's trying to outlap himself as they go through turn 1 now.
You know what would be great, which the guys won't know in the sim, because it won't allow them that. But I mean, race control, like your team would say, listen, just let this guy through, because he's actually not in your battle. Because what he actually wants to try and do is get onto the back of Nico Roots in the Audi. That's his battle. You know what I mean? So it'd be great if they just, but I mean, how do you tell two guys that are going door to door in the battle of their own to let a back marker through? Never going to happen.
He's going to have to overtake them fair and square, and this circuit is so tricky to do. He's going to have to start applying pressure to these guys, and technically he's not allowed to do that. Technically he's not allowed to get into too much of a dice with these guys. And the Porsche has a look down the inside, the Ferrari runs wide. Wild.
Yeah, Noah running very, very wide there. So that's the opportunity. The Aston's going to be through here for sure, unless Noah goes defensive. But we saw what happens. You can go around the outside on this hairpin, and that's what he's doing. So, yeah, Brent's got that one position done. Good job.
Well done. It was nice and clean racing. Unfortunately, Noor under the pressure there a little bit from the Porsche. And depending on Wild's pace. Oh, Noor has a look down the inside. What happened there? Noor had a look down the inside. I think he might have cut across the track there. Yep. Something went badly wrong for Noor there. The position gets given up by the Aston again, or by the Ferrari at least. Let's see now, Noor's in front.
Oh, but you see, I mean, he actually doesn't need to give it up, because it's not a battle for position. You know, it's a battle with a back marker. So very, very tricky. But, with 3 minutes to go, Leon Leroux, kept his nose out of stuff. There were a lot of incidents in front of him that he kind of took avoiding action for, and it's paid off, because have a look, he's got a 7-second lead. 3 minutes left in the race. This is a great result for Aston and for Leon. He's been there and thereabouts, but he's going to be super stoked with this. And he's got a nice buffer, like we said, 7.5 seconds. So our top 3 pretty much are safe. There's no one putting them under any pressure. So all they've got to do right now, wrap it up, safe in the knowledge they're going to be scoring some points at round 3 at Zandvoort in the Pro-Am class.
Yep, as you said, Bernard King running in second position. They're comfortably in second position. And Junior McCall, podium position, not ideal, because he was in it with a chance to win, but at least he's finishing the race, gets a valuable experience under his belt, and gets a 3rd place to boot. I think he'll be able to do that.
Yeah, he's scoring points. I mean, that's what you want. At the end of the day, this is a 12-round championship. So, you've got a race win round 2 at Silverstone, and you've backed it up with a 3rd. So, things don't always go your way. There's some incidents that happen, but in those tough races, to get a result and to score points, you've had a good weekend.
Yeah, I he's going to be happy with that. And one more McCall brother going to be racing later on as well. Let's see how the rest of the family does in the pro heat later on. But for now, we've got 2 minutes left racing in the pro-am as we go on board with Louis Kutsia in the Aston Martin. So smooth through this section.
Remember we said, like, what car would we want to drive around here? I know you've spent time and you just felt the Audi was so good, and I thought the Aston being such a well-balanced car would be good. And I mean, it's kind of shown it. We've got Astons kind of throughout the field, but it's where it counts. Number one, Aston Martin. So it seems to be a really nice car to drive. A consistent handler, which is what you want.
It look very consistently. It looks very consistent. The handling does look very consistent, and as he has a look down the inside of this Porsche over here. But that front engine layout will probably work very well here. It might not be the fastest, but definitely the more balanced option.
Yeah, there's still a little battle here. It's nice. I mean, a minute to go. Clinton Riddle's just up ahead in the Porsche, and could stay in the Aston. I mean, listen, he'd love to get into the top 10 because Noah Hendricks is in the last point scoring position. I'm just having a look. Well, actually, Noah's going to get. That's fine. That's where he's going to stay because 15 seconds for Byron Walker. He'll still stay in the top 10. But yeah, I think Kutsia would love to be battling for the final point scoring position. But we're on board now with our race leader. Go on the final lap with him. 33 seconds to go. Fantastic driver. He's going to be absolutely stoked. And I know this is the sort of confidence that a driver takes into Paul Ricard, our next round next weekend in France. Hoping to take that confidence into a seeding run that might seem up in the pros. I mean, that's where the guys really want to be, and he's been like a pro today.
He has. His racecraft has just been phenomenal. The patience, the timing, biding his time, letting the other guys sort themselves out. When the incidents happened, he didn't falter. He stayed out of trouble and has managed to build himself up a 7-second lead across the line, just against guys that were faster than him in qualifying and in seeding. Just phenomenal stuff on the under.
Well, that's what makes racing so exciting. I mean, it's 50 minutes, lots of laps, a lot of cars wanting to share the same piece of tarmac with you. There will be incidents, and it's just for you to kind of keep yourself consistent in terms of your lap times and end up with a result like this. You'll be super stoked. And have a look at him. I mean, on this last lap, he's smooth. He's nailing it. He's really having and like on a victory lap, you can start celebrating now because he knows he's got this thing in the bag. So well done. That's fantastic. I am really excited to see the pro race that's coming up in a little while because this was a good showing by our pro-am driver. Some real fast driving.
Yeah, Leon passing that the Porsche over there as he makes his way towards the finish line. Side to side goes. He's going to be happy with that. Leon Leroux is your winner in that Aston Martin over there. You called it, Marius. The Aston Martin is the quickest car in Pro-Am. It's the smoothest car and definitely one of the best looking cars as Bernard King takes second position and Junior McCall grabs the flag for third place. Craig Eckhout in the distance gets fourth.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, but at the end of the day, it was a mistake that he made from leading the race with no real pressure, just outbraking himself. Yeah, right in that very corner going into turn one. But a good comeback drive for fourth. And don't forget, you'll see Byron Walker, obviously a little incident with Ricard in the Bentley, which ultimately pulled into the pits, getting a 50-second drive through. So he should still score points. I think at the end of the day, he'll still be in the top 10. But Ricard is the driver that can be the most aggrieved me today. Shame. Didn't work with a good job.
While these guys now making their way towards the finish line, Jason van Rooyen, unfortunately not having the best race there, down in 13th position, but that's it. The results are in the bag for the Pro-Am, and we'll be right back after this to discuss those results.
Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me
Now we're saying I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. All these men's gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they work till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move from a comeback. So finally back in my home. I'm working and I start off this plan. Dance my soul, all in can't beat me up cause I'm back.
Having a great scrap, an almost banging wheel.
Welcome back, folks. This is what the podium looks like, and your eyes do not deceive you. The young man on the third place position there is Junior McCall, just 12 years old. What a drive from him. I know he was looking for the win in that Porsche, but gets third place, a good result either way. Second place, Bernard King, despite wearing that Ferrari t-shirt in that picture there, he was in fact driving a Bentley. But
used at that stage, decided to go with the Lexus at the end of the day, and he'll be happy because
Lexus,
at Silverstone, finished in third, going one better, getting himself into second. But the man with the red face, and he's got nothing to have a red face, is Leon Leroux. He should be grinning from ear to ear in that Aston Martin, taking a great victory. Fifth in the second round in Silverstone, and where he wants to be, top step of the podium in Pro-Am. Next week, I think he'll want to be in pros.
Yeah, I think so. And what a fantastic drive from him. I mean, he played it well from the beginning. Let everybody else sort themselves out. The other guys made mistakes. He kept his nose clean. And when he got in front, he managed to pull an 8-second gap by the time it got to the flag. We've got Bernard King stepping into our virtual commentary booth over here for a chat soon, which is waiting for him to join us. Bernard King, our second place man in the Lexus.
Bernard?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Bernard, it's Marius and Ernest. Listen, can I help you, bud? Can I send you a Lexus shirt?
Dude, that would be super cool.
No, because I mean, I see you're obviously a Ferrari Formula One fan. Okay, well, why choose the Lexus? Why'd you go with that car? Now you've got to sit with it for the season, but it looks to be working for you. Third at round 2 and now second today.
Yes, no, it's definitely working quite well. It just doesn't like front tires. That's the only issue I have with it. But yeah, I don't know. I've chosen it for the other leagues that I compete in because no one else seems to want to drive it. So yeah.
That's cool that you're doing it and giving that sort of individual flair, because it is nice to see, isn't it right, Marius? It's so nice to see the different cars on the circuit, and I quite like the look of that Lexus.
It's my favorite car in the paddock. I mean, that and the Aston look really good. But Bernard, have you spent much time around Zandvoort? I mean, it's an old school track, lots of undulation changes and camber turn. It's a really tricky track to nail. You're obviously a fan.
To be honest, I haven't actually done that much laps on this track, but I definitely like the technical aspect of it. Yeah, I don't know. I think I quite gel with it.
but it must be quite difficult because I mean, halfway, probably about lap 12, 13, there was a 5-car battle. All of you guys were within 0.5 of each other. And it was really gearing up for, like, we thought, okay, this is going to be interesting. So hard on that back section of the circuit to follow another car because, so many of the things are blind. The brake markers are you don't see because you're going over a crest. Tricky to be on the back end of another car.
No, definitely. I think you can probably see me sometimes just looks like I'm having a look for a move, but I'm just trying to spot my markers because it's so difficult to follow.
Yeah.
And I think I actually only took a breath with like 15 minutes to go. That's how hectic this was.
Well, you can confirm that for us because we were actually sitting and chatting in the commentary. I mean, it's a 4.2K track, but it just, as a driver, you get no chance to chill. Because there's no long straight besides start finish. But I mean, once you go into turn 1, it is a proper roller coaster. There's no time for car to chill or for driver.
No, definitely. I don't even know how many times I blink per lap, but I think it's like maybe 2 or 3 times because as soon as you take your eye off the track, I mean, you hit a curb or you hit the sand and it's race done.
Yeah,
sure. Well, anyway, Bernard, well done on that second place. A fantastic drive, and it's really great to see that car out there. We're going to go on to the standings now and see where these guys fall in with regard to points. Leon Leroux, of course, snatching the 10 available points. Only points available for the first 10 position, with Nudrix getting their last point in the Ferrari. Well done to him.
Yeah, I just look at that. I think the person, I mentioned it just before we went to ad break as the race finished. I feel really sorry for Richard van Colle in the Bentley because he was in with a shout. I mean, Byron served his 15-second penalty, but he obviously still scored 4 points, finishing down there. So Record obviously scoring nothing, and he was in with a shout to be on the podium probably. So I think that was my hard luck driver for the day. And you see next division is pro, and I think that is where he wants to be next week, Paul Ricard.
Definitely the pro division, what the guys are looking at now. And as you said, unfortunately, there we got guys like Bellingen who did well before. Isherwood also did well before. And because the track is so competitive, the guys were quite stacked, I think, relatively stacked close to each other. So one mistake and you were 3-4 positions down. And that's what we saw happen over there with Van Coller in that Bentley, unfortunately, in it with a shot, and then next thing you know, it's over. But
Ernest, you said it though as well. I mean, Jason Isherwood, we're looking at him, he's way down, scoring no points, and we know how consistent he's been in that Bentley, but you said before the race, he was just struggling with how the Bentley was shifting weight, because that is what you're doing here. You know, your shifting of weight is under braking, or it's an off camber corner, or it's over a blind rise. So he just didn't feel comfortable in the car, and you can see it in terms of his results. But Brent Lindsay-Ray, the first time we saw him, great comeback drive, because he had a drive-through penalty within, I think, lap 2 that he had to take, so that dropped him right to the back. But to finish, I think that was a great comeback drive from him as well, so well done.
I was looking forward to seeing what Brent Lindsay-Ray could do in that Aston Martin, but I think we'll be seeing more of him. I'm very sure we'll be seeing more of him. Another driver that did well, Porsche drivers. We haven't mentioned the other Porsche drivers. We've got Sean Mumford over there in 5th position, looks like it. And just in front of him, Buck also in the Porsche. The Porsches, despite being difficult to drive, have not done too badly in the programs.
Buck and Mumford in 5th and 6th there. But yeah, look, I mean, we know when we go to pros, most of the pros are driving in the Porsches. We know in the Pro-Am, from what we've seen now over 3 rounds, there's been more of a mix-up in terms of manufacturers. So it's really hard to predict. The pros have obviously chosen the Porsche because they believe it to be consistent across all circuits. But like we heard, everyone's struggling with tire grip, especially on a circuit like this that's old school, going to be a little bit more abrasive. But I just love the fact that in Pro-Am, it's not just a Porsche Cup race, you know, that we're actually seeing Ferrari with Byron.
Fastest lap with a 136.984. So there's a little bit of consolation out there. He was the top qualifier for this session. He's the fastest out there. I mean, it's something that he can take away from this, especially as a young man at just 12 years old. It's something he can take away as consolation today.
Yeah, I looked at when we saw the seeding results for today's racing, and I was like, oh my word, he was 6/100ths off of the 30th fastest time, which would have seen him racing in the pros with his brother. There was literally nothing in it, and he was the only guys in Pro-Am to drop into the 35s. It didn't work out for him from a race perspective. You know, Silverstone, he got a clean break while the guys were battling, and he just put in lap after lap after lap. He could run his own race. Here, being a very difficult track to overtake, he got himself involved in quite a few incidents on the overtakes, but I don't mean like where he was at fault, just busy. It's a difficult circuit to get past, and I think that held him up, because I think, you know, he was probably in with a shot for another race win. So to come away with a third is really good, consistent racing on a tough day for him.
Well, we're looking forward to the pro races, and I think we might see a bit of a mix-up in the front of the pro grid, maybe some Audi action. Well, we're going to wrap this up for now. We'll be back for the pro race shortly after this break.
Yeah. Siege. Riley. Taz. Yeah. Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down and go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Find no water, death designer, baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real monster lives above them all, sleeping. That subtle breathing in your closet every single evening. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come.
We take play seriously. That's why ATK chooses Omen by HP and Windows 10.
Here we come.
my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Telling you now this payback. So I say that. Ask them now what's AJ. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that.
He had to slip down all the way to turn one and he was breaking it down.
And all these men gonna say what I did and they twist and they work till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move from my code. So finally back in my home. I'm
Until after the start of this safety car, to be out by later on. So it'll be just about
all in, can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now.
Having a great strap and almost banging wheels.
Cause I'm back in my zone now.
That goes really nowhere. That's good. Settle down.
Welcome back to the ATK Pro Series, brought to you by Kailami 9 Hour, MSA, Assetto Corsa Competizione, of course, the game we're on right now. My name is Ernest Page, and if you've just joined us, we are at Zandvoort in the Netherlands for round 3 of what has been a fantastic racing day so far. We've also got, this week for the first time, AMD, Elgato, and Corsair joining us as our proud sponsors to make this event possible. Now, we've just finished our Pro-Am race, and what a race it has been. And in the commentary box, the virtual commentary box, I'm joined by Marius. Marius, I'm still recovering from that race we just saw.
This is what happens when you go from an airfield 2 weeks ago at Silverstone to the sand dunes this week, to old school circuits steeped in history. What's interesting for people that have just joined us, both of these circuits, Silverstone and Zandvoort, came into being in 1948. Historic racing on a track that is unforgiving. Get it wrong, you're in the dunes, you're plugging a dike, there's no room for error. Super committed sections, and it's a circuit that everyone's been talking about in 2019 because after 35 years, Formula One is back 2020 at the circuit, and you can thank Max Verstappen for that. A couple of changes to the circuit, which we won't really have on this game, and not in terms of the corners, but just in terms of widening and banking certain corners, in particular the final corner onto the start-finish straight. But it is a circuit that, for drivers to get the setup right and to get the rhythm right, is difficult in one qualifying run, let alone a 50-minute race. And we saw a fantastic Pro-Am race. Jonathan, we thought there'd be lots of work for you from a race official and steward perspective, but actually not. The drivers did what they needed to do and left each other space, and the racing was actually clean.
Yeah, absolutely. The few incidents that we did experience, a lot of that was racing incidents, but nothing severe, nothing that's going to panic our stewards too much. But Yeah, fantastic racing. The top 5 guys were all in it for the win. We saw a few mistakes that chopped and changed the top there, and fantastic racing from everybody.
Leon Leroux, of course, our winner there in an Aston Martin. Your choice of car at the moment, Marius. I wonder how the Aston's going to do in the pro category at the moment. We've got a couple of Audis in the mix there. We've got a couple of Porsches in the mix. I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to see a little bit more of a mix-up and not a Porsche Cup this week.
Well, can I tell you a little shout out to talking Aston Martin, Donnie Miller, who was obviously Pro-Am last week, who's qualified for the pros this week. If you've just joined our pro series, how it does work is like you're not committed and you're racing as a pro week to week. You've got to go through seeding runs, so it keeps the drivers super involved. So we had a winner in an Aston, Leon Leroux, as you said, in winning Pro-Am in his Aston. Now we've got Donnie Miller, who was running Pro-Am 2 weeks ago and up with the pros. So who knows? The Aston just seems like a car that is really neutrally set up. It seems quite consistent in its characteristics. The same thing with the Audi. Ernest, you spent time driving the Porsche and the Audi and felt the same thing. We know the AMGs are pretty tricky through here because of the massive elevation changes, the blind rises, the banking, the cambers on the corners. It's very easy to get a car unsettled here as you're lifting off for a corner.
Well, another person in the midfield, as you said, driving the Mercedes is Jason Webb. He did a 135.2, the drift champion. And Bruno Cadley, also in a Mercedes, did a 134.9. So if we look at the top 12, all of them in the 34s, separated by a second. This is going to be some insane racing today, man.
Well, happy days, because we chatted with our back-to-back winners there, Essa, after he wrapped things up at Silverstone. And he was expecting competition to get closer and closer, and have a look at that. I mean, literally nothing in it between him and Jordan. You remember Jordan was the first time we saw him 2 weeks ago at Silverstone in the Audi. A couple of incidents dropped him back, but he still came back very, very strong to finish in 4th. And I think there is going to be a lot of pressure on Zahir at this race. He did tell us how difficult it is to get the tyres on that Porsche to last for 50 minutes. So I think it's going to be a bit of a mix-up. I don't think it's going to be plain sailing like we've seen in round 1 and 2. And Jordan's also, his brother Cody has come to the party in another Audi, and straight away is there, seeding in 7th. So wow, it's going to be interesting. And what for me is the best part is just to see, you mentioned Motorsport South Africa getting involved as a series sponsor, because for them they're acknowledging the critical role that sim racing plays as an actual racing formula. And I caught up last week with Vic Maharaj, who not only is a race engineer and been a successful team owner, but obviously sits on the committee Motorsport South Africa, and this is what he had to say.
Vic, just MSA's position on sim racing. Obviously, you guys are partnering with us on the series. That's a big step forward.
We believe it is a valid arm of motorsport. And the reality is, at the end of the day, for us, the greatest success story would be, as we say, we get the crossover of Joe Public from the sim racing world into the actual racing world, and similarly with the engineers. And if we can somehow facilitate that process, that would be a massive step for motorsport in general and MSA. And yes, we do acknowledge that it is an important facet of motorsport. But yeah, the thing is that we're always being asked the question as MSA, when are we going back racing? And the reality is we're trying to get back there as soon as we possibly can, based on government directive. It's a fluid situation. It's changing nearly every day. We're on it. And we are cognizant of the fact that SMEs are the lifeblood of our sport, and we need to try and ensure somehow that they survive. And the reality is that we are engaging with the FIA on an ongoing basis, FIM on an ongoing basis, to try and just make sure that we get back to racing. I think we want to assure our membership that we're doing everything in our power, and just going to be patient with us, because at the end of the day, as soon as we know exactly what's happening, we will communicate it. What actually prevents us having a race at Kyalami and having an e-sport race at the same time, doing the same event and replicating the event?
Well, I mean, look, that is the plan with the series, is that, we started the first round at Kyalami, and the 12th round will be at Kyalami, and the idea is that will kind of coincide with the Kyalami 9 hour. Obviously, it won't be a 9-hour race, but that is the plan. Have you watched any of the online sim racing? Have you watched any?
Yeah, I watched. I got the links for the event. It was very impressive, very, very impressive, and the production is slick. It's really, really cool, and I think that's the important thing as well.
It's TV. I mean, that's what I've realized now. I kept saying, like, if your kids walk past and glance at the television screen, they say, "Oh, Dad, there's racing on." I mean, that's where it's got to. And I think that's what I was saying earlier. It's no longer this closed community of gamers. The minute that COVID kicked in and you've got Max Verstappen and Kelvin, those sort of guys racing, you have a look now, they've got the proper commentators that are doing the commentary with the international races, and they're producing it like a proper TV show. It's actually it's unbelievable.
We are back in game, straight into qualifying. We go on board with Abshmir now. That's Abshmir there in the Porsche. So far, 4 Porsches up front, but no times yet. I don't think that's going to be the lay of the land, not at all, because the Sherratt brothers are going to have something to say about that. Jordan Sherratt, yesterday, the fastest guy all day long. Zahir Issa rocks up, pips him by 2/100ths of a second.
Yeah, Jason Abshmeyer wants to make things right after 2 weeks ago. A bit of an incident that was all resolved. The drivers were all happy with how it played out, but it did see him obviously plummet down the order. Great comeback drive to score some points, obviously, but hoping for a better result. Yeah, he hasn't really had the pace in terms of the seeding runs, but it all comes down to qualifying today. But like you said, before we went to qualifying, top 12 are all running 34s. We know that the cool thing, Jordan is now joined his brother Cody. So it's always cool having a teammate who you can share information with, share setup with. He's come out of nowhere and seeded as a 7th fastest. So I think it's going to be Audi putting a bit of pressure on the Porsches. You said you chatted with Zahir, who hasn't spent too much time around Zandvoort. Do you believe him? I think that's nonsense.
I don't know. The thing is that Zahir seems so nonchalant. He's so cool, so relaxed all the time. Basically what he said was that he's taken the setup that he had at Silverstone. As Zahir Issa just loses it there on the downhill section. This is the section you were talking about. That I think
Rob Schlottermaker corner. So it's like you've got a bit of a short straight as you come out of Hunsrück, and you can go wheel to wheel over this crest and then into this right combo, which is really, really tricky, and you've got to be fully committed, and then you're heavy under braking for Schleiflach. So if you get it wrong there under braking, there's no nice little tarred runoff area like a shopping center that we see on the new silly circuits. You get punished. You're off the racing line. It reminds me a little bit of East London. Some big balls and commitment corners, and if you get it wrong, you're on the grass and you pay the ultimate price. And we saw that in Pro-Am. It's a difficult circuit to overtake. There are opportunities, but you've got to be decisive. There's no kind of half committed. You've got to have a full go at it. But we saw Zare do this 2 weeks ago at Silverstone, also going off, obviously being pushed by Charles Wilton it was then. But this is qualifying. They've got the opportunity to really try and get it. And I think you want to have a good qualifying position here to get a good, clean start and settle into your rhythm here, because this is a track that is all about rhythm.
All about rhythm, because it flows from one corner into the next as you go through the roller coaster. You can see the car goes left, then right up the hill, left, then right. And Zahir is a millimetric up, right up towards that white line over there. This time getting that corner right. And as you said, last week he did spin out in the qualifying session similarly and still came back to put it on pole. He is going to have some confidence knowing that he was still the fastest yesterday, even though this time the gap is much closer, at least in the seeding phase of the race.
Yeah. It's just, he is. You're right. He's a cool customer. I mean, I just remember 2 weeks ago, my dogs were even cheering him along, barking while you were doing the in-car interview on his formation lap. A cool customer. And, when we chatted to him post-race after his win, and he was just saying, welcome to the real world. I mean, this is what simulation racing has become, is it is so realistic and so real. And we see it in Formula One, the guys chatting to the drivers as they're getting themselves geared up. The guys are now realizing they've got to market themselves. They've got to make themselves available for interviews. We chatted with Bernard King, who finished second in the Pro-Am. This is what it's about. If you want to take this seriously as a career, which is what it is, there's the other side of the business too. And I just think he's a cool customer. He is out and out bliss fast. He is so quick. I still think he's my favorite for the win. We haven't seen him put under any pressure yet, so we don't really know his racecraft, but his real racing experience and that race doing the real thing, going door to door. So he's still my man to beat.
Yeah, single-seat experience as well for Zahir Issa, and currently now in first position with a 34.059. That's faster than his seeding time of 34.077. And Sherrod now 0.2 of a second back. That's a big gap. 0.2 of a second.
But if he breaks the 33s, that's unbelievable. We spoke during the Pro-Am race. I mean, it's been 35 years since Formula One came here, and the previous lap record 35 years ago was Alain Prost Formula One. He was doing a 1:16. The circuit then was still 4.2 kilometers as it is now, but it was 19 corners as opposed to 14 I think we've got now on the new layout. But that just puts into perspective the ground effects on the old Formula One cars. It'll be amazing to see what the new cars do around here. But for a GT3 car to be doing, call it 33s, unbelievable.
And the pace that these guys are setting, 34.0, is lap record, or at least world record pace. These guys here are some of the fastest drivers in the world at the moment on Assetto Corsa on the circuit. So they should be quite proud. At least the top 4 guys were in the mix running those low 34s.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see it's fascinating to see Essa already knocking a 34.0 as that I think was quicker than his qualifying hot lapping time yesterday. And so early in the qualifying, and we're not even halfway through. Usually guys will work their way up to that pace. So will we see a 33 in this session? I think so.
I think what he could do now is just take a chill, go make himself a coffee, just relax and let the other guys scrabble about it for a bit and then come back with 3 minutes to go and do the 33. I think that's probably what he'll do. He is
maybe start at the back of the grid.
Yeah, he's that cooler customer, he really is. But yeah, I think we're going to have some very, very good racing in this, because like you said, Jono, earlier, that these are really fast drivers, guys that are pro. They at the flippin' cutting edge of their craft, and it was interesting following their bant and stuff on social media after we did our little review of the incidents with Ken and Ernest and myself, and that they were just saying, obviously it's in the real world, it's easier to go door to door with the car. But see, in the game, there's certain settings within the game that makes it a little bit trickier to position your car that close to another car. And this is the level that these guys are now dealing with in terms of when they go racing. And a lot of the incidents we see are those incidents where it is about door to door and it's a little touch here and a little touch there, which in the real world, I think the way the car responds to that is different to the way it responds to in the car. But this is a level of professionalism that these guys are adopting. I mean, we're on board with Zaire and it is master class. I mean, he literally uses every bit. This is my favorite part of the circuit. This is a super tube. It's a roller coaster, full on flipping commitment. Have a look at this section, blind over this rise, and then you go into the little right, left, right section here, heavy under braking, and you get it wrong there. Have a look, that's gravel trap on the outside, and it's big problems for you.
Makes his way through the right-hander now, and there absolutely no repair. Look at that, you've got to get all the way to the left-hand side. And this section here, I mean, as you said, this is a masterclass here. You've got to stay on the sticky stuff. Where the surface is black, the track is set to optimum at the moment, so there's maximum grip available for the drivers. So they can actually see those black lines over there. And you've got to stay on those black lines. Or
We saw this in that prime race. We saw, I mean, that's the nameless left, that hairpin there, the old Vodafone corner. But you can go two cars through there. So the guys that go to you and dives you up the inside on a brake, and you can stay wide, because when you get to what was the Audi S, you've got the inside line. So that's for us a very good opportunity for overtaking. Here's the catapult onto the start-finish straight. Now, the new Formula layout, which we don't have on the game, that corner is now banked to like 21 degrees. It's more banked than, it's like the old Monza circuit. It's flipping crazy. And you chat with Max Verstappen and they reckon, no, listen, it is like literally a catapult down that straight. So it's foot flat and off you go. We obviously don't have it on this game format now, but that's going to be amazing to watch when F gets there.
Yeah, that corner is unbelievable. Even at the moment, these guys, most of them, especially the pro guys, going flat through that corner. Total commitment, as you said. This circuit is full of places where loads of commitment is needed. We're now looking at Cody Chirac, the younger of the two Chirac brothers. 21 is the older brother, and he's 17. And in the Audi at the moment, currently running top 5, just 7/10 of Zahir Issa. So all of these guys in the top 5 are currently in the 34s. Not as fast as they were yesterday, most of them, but it's still early days, still 10 minutes to go.
Let's still have a look. Your top 8 all still within, or still doing 134. So the top 8's all in the game park there. But I think it's a very good move having both brothers race the same car, because I think it just always helps. I mean, we get that. You chat to the guys real racing. That's why there's a team, because you can send one guy out with a different setup and the other guy tries something else or has the benchmark setup from Silverstone, and you go and car to try something different for Zandvoort, and you can always go back to your default, and that's what's cool with them as brothers. We know Jason's got that as well. They've got their teammates that work together. They can share setups, and I think that's what we're starting to see. The guys are adopting this as teams and working together.
For sure.
Definitely makes the team entry is definitely stronger than a single entry 9 times out of 10, based on that fact alone. Yeah.
You've literally got double the amount of time that you can spend on setup. And guys like Bashir Jadwat and Quade Claessens, who are teammates, they do the same Porsche setup. They probably work on the setups together. They give each other feedback all the time. And you've got that sounding board to discuss, what changes need to be made. And as I said earlier on, these guys are using management systems, Motec management systems, to check everything from damper settings, throttle position, all that kind of data logging stuff. They've got access to that information, and the front run guys are using it.
Yeah, listen, that's how far this game has advanced. But the thing always is each driver has a slightly different driving style. And when you chat, like last year with the Carlo Minano, we chat to the racing drivers about how do guys set up a car to work for each of them with different driving styles, and you end up going with a car that for all of them, because one guy might like a car set up this way and someone else wants it slightly differently, whereas obviously now in a sprint race they can make those adjustments. But I think it's always good to have one car that is running the setup from the previous round as your benchmark time. You've got a good result, you don't need to recreate the wheel. Your other driver can then sit and fiddle around with setups and say, listen, this works, I found this, and you can go back to the Motec system and see exactly on your lap time deltas the sort of splits that you get. Yeah, we're having a good look at the split times now that give you an idea of where the guys are setting their times. But yeah, we're going to be in for a fantastic race, and this formula, we've said it a few times, but I know there are people that might time. I love the fact that you've got to come on a Saturday, seed for the race on the Sunday, because we've seen a couple of guys that have made the step up from Pro-Am last week to pros. We've got Raymond Duggan and Donnie Miller. I spoke about him right in the beginning. He's running in the Aston Martin, and I thought Aston Martin could be a good car around this track. We saw Leon LaRue winning Pro-Am in it, so nice to have those guys there. Also Jason Webb, you mentioned him earlier. I mean, SA Drift Champ, monster athlete. He's in the AMG, which is a monster to handle around here. Jonathan cleared that up for us, that it's not the 2019 spec, but actually 2015. So you look at the top racing drivers struggle driving that car in this game because it doesn't handle like the real car does. But with Jason, if it's going sideways, he's going to be the most comfortable. He's never looked out the front of a windshield before.
Funny thing about Jason, he actually started karting at first. So he's got that racing basis, and then he went full-time into drifting. And the racing thing is just a hobby for him. It's something he does for fun, but he happens to be quite good at it. And he's only 1.3 seconds off the pace at the moment in the Mercedes. But still, this grid is so stacked. He's in 15th position at the moment. What a stacked field we're looking at. for this race today.
Yeah, he said he messaged me earlier today because I wanted to check to him about the Merc, and he said it's tough. I mean, he's going to make that commitment, and I guess that's why we're seeing the variation in the pro-ams. Is that the guys are kind of picking the car that they enjoy driving, and it's nice to see a mixed grid. But when you get the pros, these guys are in it for real 12 rounds, and they've got to be consistent over 12 rounds. Sure, they can throw away their two worst results at the end of the season, but they're all going to go with the car that's going to deliver the best results for them. So it would be great, and I'm sure we're going to see it in the game, that the cars are running like 2019 specs. So and that's why like Raffaele Marcello and those sort of guys, when they come and race sim racing, they do struggle because the cars don't quite handle the same. Whereas I'm assuming the Porsche seems to be, and the Audi to be the ones that the guys are gravitating towards in the pros, because they are consistent handlers and they can get the best out of them.
Even Sherrod said that the Audi has, or the Porsche has got outright pace on the circuit. But I think what we saw this in the Pro-Am race as well. Oh, Essa does a 134 flat, goes faster still.
Oh God, just give him a 33. I mean, 34.002. Come on, are you kidding? I mean, come on.
And here we look at those sector times again. And the middle sector is, I think, one of the sectors that's so difficult to get. And look at Essa with the 31.890 there, Sherrod with the 32.1. So that's the space right there where Sherrod could gain the most time. And that middle sector is so difficult. That's the section we were talking about earlier on. You're going down that hill, incredibly tricky.
But listen, look with that. We've got in 11th place, Bruno Cuddle. Thank you for clearing up how to say your name, Bruno. So we're not Kadile, we Cuddle.
It's Cuddly.
Cuddly, okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's cuddly or not. But hopefully he's not going to be cuddling with any cars on the track. But that's a great result, seeing a Merc up in 11th position. Also to Nell in the Ferrari there in 14th. But the top 10 is dominated by the VW group with Audi and Porsche. But nice to see a couple of Audis in there.
Yeah, Cuddly getting some setup tips from an actual works AMG driver to get that car dialed in over here. He's been spending a lot of time making sure the setup's right. As I said earlier on, Sherrod and his brother using the Motec system, he showed me the GRA dampers, and because the circuit is so bumpy, when you hit a bump, it's going to upset the car, and especially this Audi. And I would imagine if this Audi is dialed in properly, it must be a fantastic car around the circuit. Easier to drive than the Mercedes, than the Porsche. And if he's able to stick with the Porsche, I think we might see something happening later in the race, but only time will tell.
It will be interesting on that, yeah.
Yeah, John, that's a great point, because I mean, remember when we chatted to Zaire afterwards, he said, listen, if he had a battle with 10 laps to go, he would have been struggling because he had no tyres left. And Jordan was on a proper charge through the field to get that fourth position at Silverstone. So he had pace at the end of the race. So it's going to be good.
But then look back at the race where we had the Audi leading, and then he'd enter that first turn just slightly overcooking it, and that rear would just start to step out. And I think maybe that was perhaps a setup, not an error, but like a setup problem that he had, where the car was just not set up for the rear end grip as much as he'd have liked. But so let's see, Sherrod, I'm sure, will be all over
off the start. You've got options to go around the outside. There's also been a lot of talk about, it's bizarre that pole position is on the left hand side of the track and you've got a right hander that comes up, but these old circuit layouts, it's all about grip on the line. So the guy that's starting in second, even though he's got the inside for the first corner, you don't have that same level of grip from a starting position. So there are options through that turn one. I think if you do outbrake yourself, we actually saw him do that in that Audi. Just keep it straight for as long as possible, because you've actually got a bit of a rope, a bit of a slope to ride up before you try and turn. I think if you're running hot and you try and rotate it, the back's always going to snap when you're in a corner like that. So there's a lot of space to play there. You've got a wide exit as well. So fantastic circuit. It's so technical. It's a real drive.
So technical, and that section you're talking about there, on the black stuff, as you make the right-hander, as we go, watch Judd White running in wide there, as you take that right-hander, I think he went up a bit high off the grippy stuff, and as you said, Jonathan, the setup at that stage wasn't working as well as he was expecting it to. It's an unusual place for that to happen. I haven't seen anybody else do it yet, and I'm wondering if that's going to be the thread for the Audis later on. This is such an interesting chess match we're seeing unfold here, and we don't know what's going to happen, at least when it comes to the tire aspect of things.
Well, that's basically qualifying done. So have a look at that. We didn't get into the 33s that we were hoping for. Bashir putting in a great late charge, so securing second position. So it's a Porsche lockout on the front row with Jordan in third in the Audi, and then it's Porsche before brother Cody down in seventh. So yeah, as expected, but well done to Bruno, the best of the rest in terms of the Mercs there. And then Jason also coming up in 14th position. So quite a good spread.
Yeah, I think Jason will be happy. That's pretty much his fastest time he's done this weekend, so he'll be happy with that. As we finish up with qualifying, we'll be back very shortly to chat some more about the racing and get started with the biggest race of the day, the Pro Race. We'll see you guys after the break. And there you have it. There you have it. Qualifying is in the bag. We are 15 seconds away from our parade lap. And Essa on top of the standings. No surprises there. But this time wasn't as easy as before. He had to fight for this one, didn't he, Mario?
Yes or no? I mean, point two, if I remember, point two is pretty much the gap he's had in both the previous rounds in qualifying. It's never been like he's a second ahead, but in the race he absolutely obliterates the Oaks. So for me, he gets another good start here and he gets a little bit of a gap. You're not going to see him again. That's my prediction, because this is a track that rewards a consistent driver, and he's been that.
Indeed, it's really one of those circuits.
Yeah, I do think I've got a lot of faith in Jordan and his brother Cody. They've got some good pace in the Audis, and Jason Absmeyer as well. He's proper consistent drive, and I think he'll be looking for a good result after the disappointment of Silverstone. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a hell of a race, and I think there are a lot of guys further down the grid that are super fast that we're not even mentioning at the moment. But I guarantee you, during the race, we're going to be watching them because there's going to be racing throughout the field at Zandvoort. It's that type of circuit.
It definitely is that type of circuit. And what is strange here, the overtaking maneuvers aren't that plentiful. We saw that in the previous race. But what does happen is drivers get pressurized into making mistakes, and the action is thick and fast. Not necessarily malicious mistakes where four guys take each other out, but the racing is very tight and very close. And as you said, it's going to take a cool head. And Essa has proven over and over again that he can be that cool head. But what I was pointing to earlier on was that Jordan Chirac has been the quickest today in the seeding the entire day, pumping laps out. Essa comes and pooks him and does the same in qualifying. And now Jordan's in third position, everything to fight for, with Jadwa just in front. What an exciting start to the pro race.
I think this is a great testimony to the old circuits that are kind of contoured off of the land, because you don't have traditional, there's your hotspot for overtaking. But because of the nature of the circuit with the up and down, the undulations, I mean, the pressure comes. I just imagine in the old days when the guys were sitting with the manual box. Sure. Can you imagine the pressure under braking with the gear shift, how easy it is to miss a gear change? You know, and nowadays in the new cars, it's boom, 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 and off you're going through but you can't miss. But you imagine the old days, the pressure in these, you know?
It's a different time, and that's one of the things that I do miss is the ability to force that type of error. It's not really a concern for these guys, at least not on that level now. Now these guys have to thread the perfect lap after lap, and in this case, they've got to do it for 50 minutes as they line up now. And another thing we mentioned earlier on was that it might be an advantage for Jadwa to be starting on the inside there, because we've got Essa starting in pole position on the outside. Now they make their way down the main straight in formation. The first of the Mercs coming into view there. The Ferrari is also not doing too badly here. A couple of guys in the Ferrari saying that the cars are feeling good. But the cars that we're looking at now, the two front runners, Jadwa and Essa on the front row of the grid, perfectly lined up. We've got green flag racing off. We got the flag is waving. Essa's still in the lead.
He's got him. Jadwa's got him. Jadwa's got it. Yeah. Well done, but check at this. Two cars can go around the outside here because that turn one, Tarzan corner is banked, and Jordan having a great contact already. Oh, the guys are getting racy. This is what we needed to see. Remember what we said? Someone's got to get ahead to turn this into a race. Now we'll see Zahir Essa, and if he can handle doing a bit of racing, because we know he can lead.
That is absolutely right with Bashir Jawad now in the lead.
Drive through Cody, so that was obviously struggling with getting into the right slot. We know this is a mission. If you're new to this game, it's quite difficult, easy to get yourself out of position in your pit slot, and that's a drive through. That is a real pity, because he's going to be right at the back of the field. You're not going to catch guys of this caliber, and we needed him up there to help his brother.
Yeah, Cody's been practicing all week trying to get dialed in for this race. He doesn't have the racing experience of his brother, but obviously getting coached by his older brother, he's been doing quite well. So that's a real pity to see that. And now the front three going to be battling it out. We saw contact earlier on between Jordan Chirac and Essa, but the two of them holding it together so well. I mean, it's a miracle nobody got tangled up coming out of that corner there.
Yeah, but that's muscling. I mean, the guys are coming out of turn one, and it's quite a tricky little run. There's a left King Gerlach corner, and then obviously you're heading into Hugenholz, which is where that contact was happening between those two corners. But that is going to happen in real racing. And look at the guys; all the cars are pointing in the same direction. You know, no one's got off track. That's the difference between the amateurs and the pros. You know, that level of contact, they're anticipating it. They've made the correction already.
Well, Bashir Jabbar with a rich history in sim racing. He's won a couple of sim championships. He runs a little bit wide there as Essa gets under pressure from the Audi. They touch again on exactly the same spot. Exactly the same spot.
It's a different line, and he's knocked him off. Have a look at this. Oh, Zahir's got some work to do here. So well done. Jordan saying, Bud, my shoulders are better than yours. They're two different lines. Again, turn one, Tarzan corner, because it's banked, you can stick around the outside. And that's what the Audi's got a slightly different line. He's actually getting better drive out of that corner, which is giving him that side-by-side position heading into Gerlach. And there, two cars can go through there, as we've just seen. One could lose out. This time, Zahir Essa. Something we haven't seen in 2 rounds. Zahir Essa in third position, not 3 seconds up the road.
Unbelievable stuff. It's so great to see things shuffling up like this. And Rat totally committed to that move. We saw him try it in the previous lap and it didn't work out this time. As you said, muscling his shoulders past into second position.
Upsmeyer is right there as well in fourth position. We expected a good race from him. Cool head on that guy. So it's Porsche domination. I think he must be feeling quite alone. Old Jordan, because the next Audi is way back. Robert Whiting in 8th position, and then obviously Charles Wilkin, real racing driver, was very, very good in Silverstone. We've got a bit of work to do, and that AMG, well done to Cuddly, in the top 10 at the moment. So good work.
Yeah, Wilkin unfortunately saying that he couldn't get that last second on that Porsche, as the Audi has a peak down the inside over there. We were saying, some of the drivers were saying earlier that they weren't necessarily having a look to see if they could get the overtake. They were just checking to see what's going on in front. When you're chasing on the circuit, it's so difficult to see what's going on up ahead. It's such a difficult technical circuit when you're alone. But can you imagine surrounded by 29 other cars?
Yeah, but I think what's also cool here is, again, it's not always about making the overtake. It's putting the guy under pressure, because if you just slightly miss your break point, you run wide. That's the opportunity. That's the pressure. That was what Jordan was doing there. But I noticed him coming out of turn 3, out of Hugenholz. He actually took a bit of curb and lost his drive, and that gave Zahir a good opportunity to have a run at him. But Zahir has been running a little bit wide on the exit of turn 1, and that's been compromising his drive out. This last lap, he looked a lot better. You have a look at the Audi, it turns in, it's tight, it's perfect, and that's what's giving him the good run out. Yeah, they're heading down to what was the old Audi kink, the Audi S. So this is another, what we've predicted as a good place for an overtake move. You've got a 45 right, heavy under braking, and then like a 180 left. So it's a really nice part of the circuit. This is that build up to the back straight where you want to build as much momentum as you can through here.
An unbelievable section of the circuit there, and we're going to see some taking opportunities there later on as they make their way through the last 2 corners now onto the main straight. Flat out through this corner, up into 5th gear now as the car touches the outside of the curb there, and now they make their way down towards the first corner, still in front. Bashir Jadwat, so cool. Bashir Jadwat able to restore.
See, he's run wide.
Quite close, getting a bit of a nudge there.
Yeah, I'll have a look up top there. I mean, Zahir seems to be running a little bit wider on the exit of turn 1. And I do think it's compromising his drive out of that corner. That Audi does hug the apex. And through Hugenhardt over here, through this turn 3, it's very easy to just put your car on so no one can go anywhere. It's got to be follow my leader through there. So Jordan seems to be doing that very well, putting his car in the right place. But this is a battle to have a look at, with Leslie Olifants and Quade Claessens having a full go. And just up ahead of them is Jason Upsmeyer. So this is great racing. A lot of Porsches. We've seen a puff of dust. That was Zahir taking a bit of the track home with him. But he's trying hard. He doesn't like being in 3rd, that's for sure.
Not at all. As we now look at Quade Claessens, of course, this is the teammate of Bashir Jadwat. He's currently in 5th position, putting a lot of pressure on Absmeyer there in 4th position. Wonder what the next move will be. This is really, as you say, it's so interesting. Usually in this sort of situation, somebody would be having a look down the inside all the time, but that's not the case. The guy hanging back, biding their time, putting on the pressure and waiting for mistakes. As we see now, down the inside there goes the Porsche of Leslie Oliphant. Having a look at Quade Claessens now.
And Morgan's right there as well, and Morgan McCall just on the back of that. So as we saw in that first round, as the guys get themselves sucked into a dogfight, it really opens the opportunity for the guys behind. You get that sniff of blood, you see yourself closing up, you know you're in there with a shout. So this is a freaking great battle here. 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are kind of all split by nothing, and Robert White in the Audi just in the background there. So he's also in with a shout here if these guys trip over each other, which we've seen does happen.
Hey, Versace, we're looking at the replay now of Versace.
Yeah, Arno Drive. It's a bit further back in the field. That's Arno Versace. I want to see if he's gone and got himself. We said there's going to be battles right the way through the field. So it's nice to be able to have the split screen. You can see what's happening with the real action on track. And have a look up. I'm just looking at the timekeepers now. I mean, 0.6, 0.8. It's super, super close with our top 3. So and then a bit of a gap back to 4th place. So lots of battles to keep action on. So good job to our director there, keeping us covered. I need 4 hours here.
Lots of action on track and still no move from Absmeyer. from Clifford at least. Clifford now having a look at Claessens and McCall coming up at the rear. McCall's got a front row seat to all the action over here. Morgan McCall, of course, the older brother of Junior McCall, who did so well to get a podium in the Pro-Am series. Morgan now flying. Morgan, an ex-karting racer and sponsored by Castrol Toyota at one stage in the karting series. So he's got lots of experience doing laps such as these.
But look at that, it's a great shot there. Look at that train of cars behind Jason, and then obviously a gap to our top three. But what I've noticed is Bashir has got a 1 second gap now.
Wow.
That little battle between Jordan and Zahir is certainly playing to Bashir's advantage in the lead, and that's what you want to do. Not worry about looking in your mirrors. With a second gap, he doesn't have to do that anymore. He can just concentrate on putting lap after lap together, getting into that rhythm. That is key on a track like this, and key with a 50-minute race as well. We've got 10 minutes down. They're running wide over there, giving an opportunity to Leslie the drag. But yeah, you've got to thread the needle. You've got to be side by side stuff. But,
not on the roller coaster. Not on the roller coaster.
That's the pressure we're talking about. Very easy, under braking to run a little bit wide, and you're in with a shout.
Yeah, Quade Claessens, so far so good, but he is getting a little bit flustered by the driver behind him though, but that's exactly what the driver behind Leslie Oliphant wants. Sticking his nose in there, letting him know that he's there. All he needs is one teeny mistake as Claessens takes the wider line there.
This is actually my favorite part of the track. I'm starting to really fall in love with that because we saw a lot of action here. The Audi runs wide at the back there. Robert Whiting getting on the power a little bit early. It's a very technical part of the circuit. It's the old right-hander was known as Renault. It's now nameless. And then the Vodafone is that left hairpin. But there's different approaches and different lines. You can go defensive, you can go side by side, because what it does then do is give you an opportunity through what is now the Hans Ernst to old Audi S. So a lot of opportunity. It's my favorite part of the track because I think it's also the most technical. And then you've got that super big brass knocker commitment through the roller coaster section, which is up and down and blind, and oh my word, hang on for dear life.
Now all of those sections form up the second sector, and that's where we saw a lot of the time is because it's so technical. It's just so tricky lining up the roller coaster, going to the downhill through the nameless section. That nameless section, like you said, so many lines, but it depends on how you want to be set up for the Hans Ernst corner later on. So you're making an overtake. Yes, there's one line, but if you're looking for time, there's this ideal line there that is so difficult to hit. And one little mistake there, especially if you're battling, you'll see someone like Jadwat extend his lead, which is now what he's been able to do with the 1.2 second lead.
Oh, it's a great battle here for second and third. It was nice to see Bruno Cuddly, as you said, obviously getting setup help from, I believe, Raffaello Marcello,
yes,
who races for Mercedes-Benz, super fast driver. We actually spent some time interviewing him when they were down for the Kyalami 9 hour. That guy is really quick. So it looks like the advice he's being given is certainly helping him. If you remember, he started in amateur at Kyalami and he's worked his way up and was pros at Silverstone 2 weeks ago, around 2, and putting on a great showing here, top 10 and splitting the VW group domination. So good job.
Yeah, it's nice to see a little bit of variation in the top 10 over there as the Audi and the Porsche still battle it out. Jordan Chirac running a smidgen wide there. And now the gap's still 1.2 seconds. Jordan Chirac must be thinking, I've got Issa behind me. I've got Jadwat in the distance. He's managed to keep that 1.2 second gap. The question now is, what is Issa going to do? Like you said earlier on, should he wait back or should he try and get past? Because as we know, the tires on the Porsche might not do well later on. But then again, this is so complicated because then again, we saw earlier on the lead Audi spun out on turn 1 in a way that was very unusual, which means that the Audis could also be suffering from tire wear later on in the race.
Yeah, I just think, it's also a 50-minute race, so there's also driver error and fatigue that comes in. It's a technical track, and when we were chatting to Bernard King after his race, he was saying, like, dude, you can't blink here. You know, there's no time. It's 4.2 Ks, but it's a track when you watch, you kind of go, geez, no place for the car to have a rest or for the driver because it's just one corner links to the next. So it's very easy under a bit of pressure to make a mistake, or if you feel you're comfortable in the lead, to also just get a wheel wrong. For me, this is Zahir's worst nightmare because he needs to get in front. manage the pace, so he can manage the tires. He does not need to be in a dogfight. But for us, this is kind of like the Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel era, where we applaud when somebody else mixes it up with them. So I'm stoked to see Bashir up there, because it also gives the rest of the field a chance. I think coming into this, they were all going, no one can touch CRS. He's a god when it comes to sim racing. So for me, it's good that it's been mixed up, because it gives encouragement and motivation to the rest of the field.
100%. What sells a battle, what sells a rivalry is the fact that somebody else can win it. And that's what we're seeing here today, as that's Leslie Oliphant over there going down the inside of Quade Claessens. Is he going to get it? 2 cars now going down the inside of turn 1. As you were saying earlier on, turn 1 is a fantastic place to overtake by the looks of things. And Leslie Oliphant, he gets it.
Jason's held his position, so there was a move. There was an attempt by Quade on Jason. But it'd be great to see that on a replay again, because what I love about that is it shows you turn 1 that there are 2 lines through there. You can go around the outside. Jason obviously had the safer inside line, went defensive early down the start-finish straight and held that line. But when you run up the outside of that cambered curve, it's hard to get on the power, and that's what gave Jason the better drive out of that corner that he can hold on. But it really, for me, feels like Jason doesn't have the pace that Quade and Leslie have, and he's kind of holding everyone up. He is the cork in the bottle of champagne at the moment, because everyone wants to get past him. There's a massive gap now to Zahir, so I think they need to get past Jason and get past him quickly, and I think something's going to happen here, because have a look at Leslie having a look at Quade as well. Oh, and he's having a go. This is through the RDS. That is, well, side by side can happen. This corner opens up. 2 cars can go. This corner opens up. That's great driving, giving each other space. Fantastic.
Oh, unbelievable stuff there. So, Quade Claessens is the car we're looking at now. That's the burgundy car. Behind him is Leslie Oliphant, putting him under immense pressure. Jason Absmeyer now managing to get away from all of that. I got a bit confused with all these Porsches there early on. And Absmeyer did something quite unusual by going defensive.
But actually not, Ernest. That's what
something's gone wrong. Something's gone wrong. Absmeyer pulls off.
What's
Absmeyer
happening?
pulls off.
He's had some issues with his steering wheel in recent races, so I really hope it's not a rehash of that. And I was about to say, I mean, I don't think he was the cork in the guy slowing the train down. I think that he was dragging the guys along. I think that he was giving them targets to hit breakpoints, etc. So I think that he was setting the pace there and dragging the guys with him. And unfortunately, something's gone wrong there. What a pity.
So people know, I mean, you can't have a mechanical failure. Oh, and we've got the Audi going off in the back. That's Robert Whiting that's outbraked himself through there. I mean, you can't have mechanical failure in terms of the cars, but you certainly can have some technical errors with the hardware that you're using in terms of steering. Sometimes in other guys' computers crash, and that's the end of things as well. Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of going to disagree with you, John. I know they were he was the perfect guy to pick the brake markers, but have a look at the gap that opened between 3rd and 4th place and how the guys bunched up. It wasn't that close. Morgan was way further back. All the guys got concertinaed behind Jason. I think the pace was with Quade and with Leslie behind, and it was just on this circuit very, very difficult to get past Jason. So it's pity that ended like that, because you had a look. The minute the 2 Porsches went door to door, Leslie and Quade, it gave Jason that little bit of breathing space for him to make a gap. But Morgan's having a look at them now as well. But this is interesting racing. It's a tough track. You follow my leader and you've got to be committed for a pass, and it's not easy to do when the guys are on very, very similar lap times and equally experienced.
Yeah, in fairness, I mean, those guys were there's nothing between them, was there?
It's so close, such close racing. Another car that is coming into the fray is Charles Wilkin, the real-life race driver who has been fast, especially at Silverstone, mixing it up with the front runners and struggling to find a little bit of pace here, but he is coming up to this race, and let's see if we can get in the mix here.
This is 20 minutes down, and Bashir has not extended that lead. It stayed at a second, so Zaire and Jordan are keeping each other honest, and Bashir is obviously not able to make a breakaway, and I thought that might happen with the 2 of them battling, but this is a fantastic race, and one that we've really been looking forward to, where it's close. But I tell you, the man driving possessed at the moment is Leslie Oliphant, he is looking so racy and really putting Quay Claessens under massive pressure. Bruno is now in 8th position in that Seoul AMG, running in the top 10. We look at Jason Webb, and the other Merc is in 12th, now inheriting that place that obviously Jason, with his technical errors, put him out of the race. There's a look at Jason. Nice to see him looking through the front window, not going sideways. Super experienced racing driver, hell of a cool guy, a monster athlete, a monster driver, and having fun with the guys. I think he's loving getting to do this.
Oh, he's loving this. He tells me he's got a setup at home, has been doing hours and hours of sim racing, trying to keep sharp for the drift season when it comes out. So he is absolutely loving getting into competition. And he told me this kind of pressure situation, he loves it. He loves the high pressure stakes. And yesterday, in the final 5 minutes, set his fastest time. So that just shows that when the going gets tough, he's got that championship mentality.
You know what's super cool with him as well. I mean, we do the commentary for Gymkhana Grid, Ken Block series, and that is when you speak about him coming from a karting background. In Gymkhana, the drifters really struggle because it's all about crazy horsepower and lighting up the tires. And in Gymkhana, it's not about that. And you end up getting guys with little underpowered 200 kilowatt cars smashing the guys coming there with 500 horsepower. It's a great battle on screen as I'm talking, and that is where that smoothness, the racing driver mentality of him comes along. So he can drift, but he also knows how to keep a car pointed in a straight line. And that's what made him so devastating in Gymkhana Grid. So nice to see him also expanding their driver skill set. At the end of the day, you want to drift, you want to rally, you want to circuit race, you want to sim race. Why not do it all? You can.
You can, from the comfort of your home now, as one of the Audis goes down the inside there.
That's right. That's Zander pushed wide, and that is Cody Sherrick. Look how well he's done. Remember, he had that drive through. Yes. But what am I seeing? He's got another stop-go penalty of 30 seconds. Oh
no, Ferrand and Shirat come together there, and Shirat now has to make another stop-go penalty. Obviously, trying to carve his way through. It's not the easiest circuit to come from the back, and I think maybe he might have got tangled up a little bit too much.
Well, listen, I didn't think he would make his way through the field as quickly as he did, knowing how quick these drivers are. But it gives you an idea of just how fast he is. But Jono, is that a penalty that you have implemented, or is that a game?
No, that wasn't from us. The stop-go 30s are game implemented, and I suspect. I'm not 100% sure, but I suspect that comes from corner cutting, because he had a drive through from the start where he was out of position.
Yeah, he was cut the corner though.
No, but there's a one section here where you actually see it's got it's not asphalt, it's got like the paving section on the inside. I've seen a couple of the guys, it's through a right-hander, that the guys take a very direct line. So maybe he's just been doing that over and over, but. Jonathan, you get the notification, you get the warning. So is there any other reason that he could get a 30-second stop go?
No. He wouldn't get it for car contact or any such thing. It would only be for corner cutting, and it may be maybe when he did like an extreme corner cut.
Yeah.
So at one of the chicanes or something where he just completely missed the corner.
I think that might be the spot there, because there's not many places here where you can go off circuit and gain an advantage. In fact, most of the places here you get punished.
It'll hurt you, yeah.
But you know what the problem is there? I imagine if he was on his own and he overshot the chicane, no problem. But he probably gained positions, which is why they would have done that. And knowing the pace that he has, and the fact that he's on a comeback drive, is probably what ended up costing him. And we saw it in the previous race where the guys made contact, they went sorry, gave the position back, then there's no issue. And it's probably something that he should have done there. But that's a relative inexperience. You said he's 17 years old. We haven't seen him racing before. So that's the sort of craft that'll come with knowing the game and how the racing works as well. Oh, look at that battle. It's still, look at that. It's point under a second now to Bashir. Maybe this is a point where the Porsches starting to feel a bit of struggle getting the front end to turn, but the battle with Jordan and Zahir has been unbelievable. Great driving, and Jordan got a cool head on him.
Such a cool head. 21 years old. He's only been playing the sim now for the last 2 months. He played before, but has been off the scene. He hasn't raced for about 2 years now, and picked up the sim about 2 months ago. And as you can see, like a duck to water, just getting back in the seat and setting those times. What a cool head.
Just ignore the 2 there because it's obviously not. He's in 3rd. That is your top 3 that you can see on that picture now. Bashir Jadwat, who basically from 2nd position on that rolling start got the jump on Zahir and got it done into turn 1 into Tarzan corner and hasn't looked back. And then Jordan, and just to recap, Jordan and Zahir had consecutive coming together through this little section, through turn 2, through Gerlach Kink, and then into Hugenholz. And eventually Jordan had the bigger shoulders and muscled past Zahir. And that's how it's been ever since, 14 laps later. And they still hammer and nail at it. It's unbelievable.
And the gap to Bashir Jadwat between 0.8 and 1.2 seconds, it's been pretty consistent between all 3 of them. It's so interesting, just the pressure that Shirat must be feeling, and now Essa starting to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, I'm just having a look on the timing boards as well, because we were obviously spending a lot of time with the on-track action with Quaid and Leslie and Jason Upsmeyer before he had issues with, we're assuming, like Jono said, he had some problems with his steering system. Maybe that's what happened. We've gone back to that action now. That seems to have calmed down. Maybe the guys have decided, we need a breather. We buggered from those couple of intense laps. But it looks like Quaid's got a bit of breathing space over Leslie now. I'm hoping, because we love to see door-to-door stuff, that's going to change in the next lap or 2. And Morgan has dropped even further back as well. So this is really the race to watch at the moment, is our top 3. And you don't get to say that often, because usually in this, the races are further down in the field.
And what's interesting is that if Essa gets past Shirat, has he got extra pace in the bag to chase down Jadwat? That is the big question here. At the moment, he's been on top of Shirat, the exact, basically dictating the distance that he wants to be behind him. But Shirat doing a fantastic job of taking that pressure as we make our way halfway. We're just about coming up to the halfway mark now. And the top 3 is still in it.
Yeah, I'm just looking down. I see Raymond Duggan down in 22nd. Just a little mention to him. He was one of the 2 guys, him and Donnie Miller, that have moved up from Pro-Am round 2 to doing battle with the pros. He had Zandvoort in round 3, and he's obviously the best of those guys. So that's a great showing from him, and obviously going to score some serious points now running in the pro category. So well done to him. Just ahead, Zander Roots in the Audi. We've seen a lot of him. You've got Cody Sherritt, who's obviously had a drive through. He's still got a 30-second stop-go penalty. So yeah, he's having a bit of a nightmare first race outing, but expect a lot of him. The boy's got raw pace.
As we get back to this top 3 battle here, and now it looks like Jadwat's starting to get a bit of a gap. Now these 2 are properly starting to battle, the Audi and the Porsche 2nd and 3rd. Shirat a little bit offline there. I think he made a tiny mistake, starting to feel the pressure a little bit now from Essa. Essa now showing that he can chase as well as lead. Maybe he's a complete race car driver, but at least we know now that he is beatable. And as I was saying earlier on, what makes a competition is the fact that you've got someone that's not unbeatable. You can't have one guy dominating a series, then it's not competitive. But we've now shown that Essa is human and that he can, at least for now, halfway through the race, be overtaken.
I love that block line through there, because there's no way, if you both adopt that safer inside line, there's no way through. They're both getting the same drive out of that corner, so it's good racing. And then what I asked for, Leslie's back on the tailpipes of Quaid, so that's fantastic.
And good going at it.
I see Chris Heineke has picked up a 15-second stop-go penalty as well, and I'm assuming that's also going to be game generated. So perhaps
that's not a stop-go. That's a time penalty.
That's you.
Yeah, that was me.
What? Well done. What happened?
Incident with himself and Marcus Steyn. Outbraked himself and knocked Marcus Steyn to the moon.
We saw that in race 2 with Record van Coller in the Bentley getting knocked out as well, and that penalty being awarded. So at least that's done. So he now has the target. He knows what he's got to do. He's got to just be 15 seconds ahead of that.
And in all honesty, we have been quite consistent in our dishing out of these penalties of guys when they do the tap from the rear, because they have been warned quite a bit before in drivers' briefings and stuff to, be aware of the safety zone around yourself and the driver ahead of you. So, you get the guys that'll make a dive and that'll go for an overtake, and that's slightly different to when the guys just drive too close or outbrake themselves and then just run the guys race ahead of them.
Yeah, it's important to make that distinction, and I'm glad that you guys have systems in place to make sure that the guys don't do that maliciously. As the top three now start to bunch up a little bit more, the gap down to 0.7. What a fantastic sight to see these guys make it through the roller coaster like this.
It's brilliant. I mean, just Jono, going on what you were saying there. I mean, in that race, it was Byron Walker in the Ferrari that outbraked himself into that Audi S, and it was cool. At the time, we were actually on board with him, and you literally could see the frantic working of the wheel, going, "Oh, I've messed this up. How do I avoid contact?" So, you know, those cases are pretty cut and dry, and it's good that those penalties get issued. You know,
it is unfortunate because 9 times out of 10, it's not malicious. The guy has not knocked the guy on purpose. But we have to take a stance against drivers driving past their, you know, for lack of a better phrasing, driving past their skill level. And, you know, you need to flow with the guys. You need to, you know, I'm talking myself into a circle here, but...
running out of talent. I'll say it, running out of talent.
That's the thing, you know. The mistakes happen and racing incidents happen, but there's still got to be a distinction between this guy could have done it better. He could have dealt with the situation better. Whether it's braking earlier or giving the guy ahead of him more space or just setting up an overtake slightly better than he did.
Was it in the same place as in the Pro Am race?
It was into the chicane.
Okay, so again, I mean, just to be fair as well, I mean, it's so easy to miss a break point here because most of the approaches, and when you're sitting on the back end of a car like that, and it literally is a split second, you know, they're not coming back from a Hail Mary. So, you know, it's not always so easy to make that mistake. It is driver error. But unfortunately, what usually happens is the guy getting tapped up the rear is the one that suffers the most. Big correction, and he's lost it.
Oh no, S has lost it. And that's the spot that we were talking about. If the Porsches lift off there, they spin out. And Shirat made an error.
If we can get a replay of that, I think he reacted to Jordan running a bit wide through that corner and changed his line, because we saw he did one grab on the wheel and then lost it. It'll be great to see that on a replay if we can, because that was a great save, because that could have ended in tears in the inside wall or in the kitty litter on the outside. So a good save there, but that's opened up the bat for big time now. These guys will have a shout.
That has opened up the championship in a big way. That is a meaningful incident right there that just happened. We saw our championship leader and the winner of the last 2 races, Zahir Essa, dominant before. Full replay about to come.
Let's have a look at this. I love if we can go on board with him as well, but we'll see the replay now. I'm sure Morgan ran a bit wide going through that right-hander. We know that's down the hill, heavy under braking. Ernest, you were saying that's with the car. The Porsche gets really unsettled there because you're lifting off, coming on the brakes. But I mean, you realize how dominant the top 3 were. Have a look. We're on board here now. Be good to go full screen on this. So see, he's run a bit wide. It looks like Morgan's run.
I think Porsche touched the curb on the inside, and that curb on the inside, you cannot touch that curb at all. If you do, that's going to happen. And what a disastrous result for Issa. He now in 3rd place. We're waiting to see how far back he is.
No, he's still in 3rd. I mean, they've got such a massive gap. I was going to say, that is how dominant our top 3 are, is that even with that big spin, he still maintained 3rd position. So
8 seconds down.
Yeah, it's actually incredible. So we're going to have a look here, full screen. I think you might be right. I just think touching that curb, that car's so firmly sprung, there's going to be no give. But it looked like Morgan ran a bit wide here. Yeah, he does. See, he's gone a bit wide. He's touched grass and curb on the way in.
I'd actually looked there like he sniffed a bit of a gap.
Yeah, and he went for it.
And he was setting himself up for that, and then the gap was closing. But you know, a little bit of curve. That's it.
Yeah, because with that onboard I did. I mean, you definitely saw Morgan miss the braking point a little bit, ran a little bit wide, and then the race that's there is he's going to have a good go at it. We were on board seeing him have a big grab of correction there, and then obviously just too much.
That opportunity was there, that opportunity was there, and then it turned into a deficit, and he's 8 seconds down now at least. And are we going to see a hard charge from Zahir Issa? There's still 17 and a half minutes of racing left. The gap now is 7.7 seconds to Chirac, but Chirac is 1.3 seconds down from the leader, Jadwa, as we go on board now.
I would consolidate if I was in. I don't think he's going to close that gap. I mean, he was sitting on the tail of Jordan lap after lap, and they weren't closing the gap. So I think for him to try and close that gap now, I think is going to be a real tall ask. I think the sensible driver that Zahir will be to consolidate, take maximum points from here. I don't think he can do better than third unless someone makes a mistake up front. But this is a great battle here, and he's got enough of a buffer over these guys. But have a look at Leslie. That is commitment. Yeah, under braking, so heavy. Oh, man. It's touching that curve. And look at the exit point as well, because you can't run onto the kitty litter there. You're in trouble again. This is good. Committed driving.
There is a lot of trust between these two drivers right now. Oh, he goes up on his side.
He has an opportunity here, because check at this. He's got the opportunity. If he can stay around, try and go for an undercut or stay around the outside. Two cars can go together here. Now he should have the inside if he can get the drive, which he doesn't. Pity, because he would have had the inside for the Audi S. We saw that move in the Pro-Am race, so it is doable.
Such fantastic driving from these two guys, Quade Claessens, Leslie Oliphant over here. And Quade, teammates with the current leader. And these guys are going to be going at it for a long time. We've got currently over there in the black Mercedes-Benz on screen, running in 8th position at the moment with it.
He's chasing Charles Wilkin down here. So listen, he's doing a flippin' good job. And we were saying how nightmarish this car is to drive. It's super fast, but from a handling point of view on a track that's undulating and changing direction like this, or whatever Raffaele Marcello has told him, he's certainly putting to good use, because he's on the back of Charles Wilkin. This is a great result, sitting in 8th position. Well done, man. I'm loving seeing the Merc doing so well. It's great.
Yeah, guys are definitely progressing, and that's another thing we're seeing over the course of the last couple of races, Marius, is that the guys are improving. All of the guys are practicing, some of the guys more than others, and I think that there are certain guys that are going to come up through the field that are going to get better and shift down some of the guys that are more dominant, some of the guys that are on the front.
Yeah, listen, the ankle tap for the drivers is lockdown stopping, because, I mean, it was kind of equal opportunity for everyone to be home playing games 24/7, but as we're heading out of lockdown, people kind of have to go back to bloody work while other guys can stay at home, like the 12-year-old McCalls and the 17-year-old kids that aren't back at school yet. So us professionals have to actually have a real job at some point.
Well, that is the curse of the sim race. I spoke to Bashir Jadwa, and he was saying earlier in the week he's hardly had time with the Porsche, because also work commitments. He's in IT, and now has become a fairly busy time for him.
That's nonsense. He's in IT. It means he's playing the game. That's what it means. I mean, come on, I want to use that as well. Now, I'm in IT. Oh, so you play simulator all day? Yes.
Yeah, look, some of this could just be tactics. I'm trying to get the truth out of these guys, but you never know.
He's leading the race. You're telling me, it's been a tough week. My IT job, I haven't had a chance to practice. Oh, really? Yeah, have a look. It's been amazing.
Yeah, so Bashir Jadwa in the lead now. Still, these two guys, Quade Claessens still in 4th position.
Little touch there as they came out. Leslie getting better drive out of that corner and just running into the back of Quade. But that's racing. That is what you expect, and that's what you want. Nothing malicious there. But that is pressure. Quade knows that Leslie wants to come through. And my money's on Leslie. He's been consistently quicker. And this is for like the last maybe 10 or 12 laps from before with Jason, before he had his technical error issue. It looked like Leslie was the man that was the quickest, and I just wish he got a chance to get ahead, because I think he would have had a good battle with the guys up front.
I think so. I think yesterday in seeding as well, he was also fastest for a while. Leslie Oliphant definitely showing some pace over here.
No, he's seeded 4th. I mean, if I look at that, Zahir, Jordan, Bashir, and Leslie, and then Quade, those are the top 5 in seedings. He's having another look. He's going tighter, seeing if he can get better drive here. He's going to have a real go at him here through. Watch it. Watch him have a go at the Porsche S's. I mean, the Audi S. He's on the wrong side here, though, but he can maybe try and do a little switcheroo.
Quade goes defensive. He goes through the S's. Quade's going to cover his line and hopefully get
better drive. Take the better drive out of the corner. It's good driving. This. He's tried the inside line. He's tried the outside line.
Fantastic
he's trying,
dude.
I'll tell you what, that's a lot of effort that Quade is going to defend without losing time, because as soon as you start defending, you lose pace.
especially on this circuit. Any deviation from the line here costs a lot. And Quade Class is doing a fantastic job of keeping a cool head, staying in front, and keeping the charging Oliphant behind him, as Zahir has dropped that gap from 8 seconds to 6.7.
But you know what's quite interesting though. We were talking about the changes to Zandvoort for Formula One. That old Audi S, or as it's now known, the Hans Ernst corner, is also one of the corners that they've changed. So you've got a 45 right, and then it's like a long 180 left-hander out. They've actually widened the exit of that left-hander so that it gives a guy an opportunity, like there, under braking into that right-hander, to have a go, get on the power earlier, so you can get a drive out of that. So maybe on the new formats of circuit, that would have been a great opportunity for Leslie to get past there. But obviously we're racing on the older loud. So those are sort of changes that they've made to the circuit for Formula One this year.
Hopefully ACC can give us that update for next season. And we saw there Leslie Oliphant having a big look over there, coming up real close. That was a bit scary. He came up right onto the back bump of Quade there, under braking, as we now cut to Cudley, right behind our man Charles Wilton there in the Porsche.
Yeah, and Morgan's just ahead as well. So this potentially is a good battle with 11 minutes to go. Having a look at Zahir, he's taken 2 seconds off of Jordan, so he's closed. But Jordan's falling back. Bashir spending the week not driving because of his IT job and has opened up a nice second and a half. Fantastic.
Well, look at that gap. The gap went from 8 seconds to 5.6. I'll be interested to watch. I'm watching that. I'm interested to see how he does with 11 minutes to go. If he can chop that down, it shows his versatility. It shows that he's just not able to lead.
Check a Dierwold now in the Ferrari on the back of Jason Webb in the other Merc. Jason's kind of had this position to himself the whole race. He was in 13th, then Jason obviously retiring. Upsmire gave Jason that position there in 12th, so everyone moved up the grid by one. But some real pressure now that Jason's being put under. He's used to a bit of pressure. So Dierwold looking really racy in that Ferrari. It's finishing strong.
I just got a message now that Bashir is actually an accountant. So either I got it wrong or he lied to me, but I think I got it wrong. I think he is an accountant, but he did say he was busy this week. And
Bashir, I forgive you, because an accountant is a really serious job. IT as a gamer, no one's going to believe you, but as an accountant, man, this guy can do my books because he can drive, and that's top marks in my book.
It's the middle of lockdown. Who's got any money now anyway? So I'm not sure who's the accounting work he's doing.
Well, that's what makes it easy. Zero balance. There we go. Your books are done.
Yeah, as we look now at Bashir Jadwat in the lead by 1.5 seconds, keeping that gap. And Zahir Issa now down from 8 seconds to 5.1 seconds with 9 minutes to go. I'm going to do some sums now.
I don't think there's enough time left. I think that's, unless there's a mistake, I think that's how it's going to end. Zahir, we saw they're actually getting past. That was the Aston Martin that one of our other guys had moved up from Pro-Am. Donnie Miller getting out of the way from a hard charging Zahir, who's trying to make up for that error. But my prediction, unless somebody does something really stupid, I think that's pretty much how it's going to end. But he's under the 5 second mark. So listen, clearly Zahir is a driver who likes to be angry because he's super
Well, I'm doing calculations here, counting down the numbers, counting down the times, and checking the rate that he's able to catch the guys in front. He gained 0.2 of a second there in 15 seconds. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Let's see as we once again join Quade Claessens and Leslie.
Maybe we can ask Bashir as the accountant while he's driving just to do the calculations for us, because I'm not so good at mathematics.
Me neither. That's why I need a pen and paper.
That's what happens when you go to school in the Eastern Cape. But so this battle for 4th and 5th has been amazing. And I tell you, Leslie has not given up. He's tried every line through this. Oh, and they've touched going in there. Going to be hard for him to get back online. He's lost lots of time there. That's unfortunate.
And those yellow
definitely seems to hold the pace on this battle at the moment.
Oh yeah, and that yellow bumps over there through that the Audi S's over there, it slows the car down quite a bit. So now we see Claessens now getting a bit of a gap. Leslie's going to be a little bit unsettled. He's got to put his head down again now and start chasing him over again.
Give him a lap. Watch, he's there again. He's got unbelievable pace. And look at that. So something's happened. We've lost. Remember the battle that was building? Oh no, okay, that was with Jason Webb further back. But this is now Morgan's been caught by Charles Wilkin, and he's dragged Bruno Cuddly along with him. So this is a fantastic battle to watch. And behind Arno Fasaki in the Audi is fending off Patterson's Porsche as well. So there are lots of little battles with nearly 7 minutes left to go. But this is going to be an interesting race there. Morgan looked like he had it comfortably blocked off, but Charles Wilkin having big pace at the end, and that Merc coming along for the right.
But just look at how close these guys are going through those very technical sections there. So difficult. We got Patterson on the other live stream over there. That's 10th position, just behind.
And that's Kieran and Arno Fasaki. We saw them in the background. So two battles to watch, and they're literally one's just ahead of the other. Have a look at Arno going super defensive. Kieran trying the outside. He's going to try and do a switchback here as well. Again, so many lines through this previously Vodafone corner. Kieran getting on the power very early. This will give him an opportunity going through the Audi S. But have a look, Leslie's got onto the back of Quaid already, like we predicted. Look at that battle at the bottom on the live pictures as well. Really, really interesting racing. So lots of action with 6.5 to go.
Lots of action, and so far I've seen that Bashir, or at least Zahir Essa, has been able to claw back about a second in about 3 minutes. So he's not going to be able to do anything now. He'll probably catch about 2 seconds up at this pace, and we don't know. Maybe Shirat's got something in reserve. Maybe Shirat's going to settle second place, but if he needs to push, he can. We also saw he was able to defend for quite a while as the Cuddly goes around the outside there of Wilkin.
And have a look at the back. I mean, it's great racing, because there's that other battle that we were watching with Kieran. He was trying through turn one a move on Arno Fasaki in the Audi. Didn't work. We're on board now with Bruno Cuddly. Great action. This I love. This is flat out commitment through here. One little error and there is nowhere to go. Have a look. There's no runoff here. There's a barrier, and then heavy under braking through here. And Bruno taking a slightly different line, running a little bit wider, but still managing to keep it on. And that's what I love. Different lines through here.
Unbelievable. And we saw our fastest man on the day managed to make a mistake right there. So it just shows how technical this is, that they're going to the right hand, and now Bruno having a nice tuck underneath the back bumper of that Porsche, going through the section where they have been seen to go too wide here. He goes around the outside of the Porsche, takes a slightly tighter line there, and McCall now able to get away a little bit.
Guys, we'll have a look at Jordan. He's dropped back to just over 2 seconds, and Zahir is down to 3.5 with 5 to go. I mean, typical. He's just going to try and prove me wrong, where I said that's a done. Like, you may as well consolidate your position 4 points. He's going, Marius, you speak such rubbish. I'm a racing driver. I'm going for it. And, you know, this also makes you think, nonsense. They talk about the Porsche's tires going off because he's smashing in lap times. But have a look at this. This is going to be interesting into Tarzan corner. Who's going to be Jane? Who's going to be Tarzan?
Oh, right hand gets it. And that's
quite what's the drive that Leslie will get out of there as well, man.
But it's this section over here. It's so tricky to overtake. But early on we saw it's possible. Shirat did it, muscled his way through there. But getting right. Oh no! They can't contact. And Claessens takes out. Oh my goodness! Leslie Oliphant, sorry, takes out Quade Claessens there.
Look at this battle now. That's just opened up. Morgan's going, thank you very much. Listen, that was on the cards for many laps, and they've done well to hold off on it for so long.
Oh no, what a pity, as more guys now enter the mix. Cuddly now having caught up. Also in the mix now, right behind Charles Wilkin. Cuddly and Charles Wilkin are catching up to Leslie Oliphant. Oh man, that was such an interesting spot for that to happen as well. Usually they match each other through there. I think the front driver might have been a little bit slower this time.
Check out this, a little Porsche sandwich. Kieran was on the back of Arno Fasaki, and Robert Whiting's come back into it. Robert's been in that 10th position, lapping consistent times, but he's obviously got a bit of a late charge coming on. And I'm having a look. So you're down to 3.1 there in third place. So that looks like it's pretty consolidated. Here's a replay. If you have a look at the bottom of the screen, let's have a look what happened here under braking. Yeah, he just ran into the back of him. Oh, some touch, eh?
Oh no.
That's going to be interesting. Jonathan, enjoy that.
As soon as something like that happens, Jonathan goes, now good work.
Yeah.
That one's going to make our cut for our review, I think, this week.
Yeah, we'll let Tasman deal with it, seeing as she wasn't here for commentary. That can be her baby to deal with. Oh, have a look at the two lines through there. Kieran having a look around the outside of Arno, and Robert saying, "Yeah, that's right. You guys mess us up, and I'm going to take 2 positions here." This is a great battle to the end with 2.5 to go. I'm quite keen to see what's happening with Bruno and Charles, because that was another good battle. Morgan obviously getting that position from Leslie when him and Quaid came together. So a lot of action late in the race. There it is. Have a look at that all over the back of Charles. That Merc has looked so solid at come the end of the race. It's got the pace. We know the Porsches have been moaning about their tyre wear. Maybe the Merc doesn't have the same problem.
Well, if anybody's going to be able to defend, it's going to be Mr. Wilkin over there. Many years of racing experience. Oh, that's another.
And just behind them, have a look as well. Charles did go defensive into the Vodafone hairpin there. Be quite interesting to see as they get to the RDS. Just behind this action is another battle going as well. So let's have a look if he can make a plan side by side. Oh, it's going to be trouble always.
Willifant does it again. Oh no! These guys have to take evasive action.
And have a look at the score. Bruno leapfrogged. He made 4 positions through there. It's like unbelievable. This was a great drive.
Unbelievable stuff. Bruno can be the man who's changed teams now. And Bruno and Charles actually used to be teammates. They're not teammates anymore. So the two of them sorting it out on the track there with Cuddly coming away with 4th position. Can you believe it?
I love it. 3 or 4 positions made as the guys fell over each other. You know, the little contact going through the RDS there, I thought they'd actually managed. They touched each other pretty evenly, and I thought they were both going to come out of it. But I think that's the difference between real contact in a situation like that and what the game allows you with the parameters that are set in. You know, I think that wouldn't have been a spin in the real world, and in the race, those sort of situations happen.
Yeah, because it was a bit exaggerated,
That was weird because they were done with the contact and then spun out. It seemed very strange.
And what's happened with Bashir? Because he's now slow. Have a look at this. Jordan's pulled back. I mean, it's coming to the last lap, but I mean, he's basically found a second on that lap, and Zahir has obviously found a second as well. So maybe it was getting through the back markers that Bashir got held up, and Jordan found a line through. But I mean, we're coming up to the end of the lap now. You'll get the flag now, so not much opportunity. 1 lap to go, and this is the last lap. So I think Bashir has to just keep his head down. He's an accountant. He'll be cool. He'll be calm. And
perhaps Bashir was trying to slow down so he didn't have to do an extra lap.
That didn't work.
Speculation, of course.
The accountant doing the numbers.
Yeah.
Bashir is so cool under pressure as well. He's led many races like this before. He's won many races like this before. As long as he keeps it together, he's got 1 more lap to go. About a minute away from victory. All he's got to do is finish this last minute of a 15-minute race. And he'll be okay. 1st position for Bashir Jadwal. Right behind him, Jordan Shirat. And Zahir is to the top 3, looking quite predictable. But number 4 man, Bruno Cuddly, my surprise and for sure driver. I know he got lucky, but what a drive from Cuddly.
No, you know what? I don't want to say lucky, because it looked like that AMG was working really well. He was always in the top 10. He had good pace, but especially towards the end of this race, he seemed to really be quick. He closed the gap on Charles, he closed the gap on Morgan, and he was in with a real shout. And I think he looked like the car that's looked after its tyres best. And at the end of the day, you've got to be in it to be able to benefit from the incident. If he was 3 or 4 seconds back, nothing would have happened there. So he was putting them under pressure, and well-deserved. I mean, that's fantastic to see that AMG up there. And I see Jason's obviously dropped back a little bit now. Just looking to see where the other Merc was. He's down in 14th. He was having that battle with Dierwold Noll, if you remember, in the Ferrari, and now him and Steyn have got past. So this is a great drive by Bruno Cuddly. Fantastic. But I think Leslie and Quaid are going to be a little bit grumpy because they certainly had the pace and just kind of fell over each other in some instances. Really cost them in this race.
Well, there you go. The race has run for at least most of the drivers. Bashir Jadwal crosses the line in 1st place. Jordan Shirat, the 21-year-old, going to be happy with that. And the man that is now finally proven to be mortal. I think you're right there, Marius. I think this is good for the series. That Zahir Issa he's 3rd.
Yeah, but look at this battle right there. This is what we love about GT racing. I mean, after 50 minutes, and you've got the rest of the top 10 all having a full go. That's Arno Versake in the last Audi in 10th place. Look at that battle across the line. That is fantastic race. That's what makes it so exciting for me. Well done. We don't like seeing that, though. That would never happen in the real world. I know the guys have been asked to kind of finish the line, across the line, and take a nice slow down lap. But I think after 50 minutes, the guys are exhausted. So what a great race. Fantastic.
Yeah. Jason Webb crosses the line there in 14th position, right behind him, Heineke. And that is it from us for now. We'll be right back after this with the points, results, and some more talk about what we just saw. What a fantastic race. We'll see you guys shortly.
Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in.
So now we'll save it. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that.
He had to slip down all the way to turn one and breaking it down.
And all these men gonna take what I did and they twist and they work till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move from my phone. So finally back in my home. I'm
Until after the start of the safety car, to be halfway late to run. So it'll be just about
can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now.
Having a great strap and almost bagging wheels.
Cause I'm back in my zone now.
Alright, don't get greedy now, mate. That's good. Settle down.
And we are back. What a race it has been, and interesting to not see our third place man in that middle slot there. Zahir Essa, a fantastic driver either way, but one tiny mistake forced him right back. He still managed to stay in third though. That was impressive either way, Marius.
Well, you know, we've been deliberating our driver of the day, and I actually just thought we didn't, in our banter, talk about Jordan, because think about the massive pressure he was under in second from Zaire for how many laps in that race, and Zaire ended up making that bit of a mistake that dropped him further back. So Jordan's up there. Bashir, unbelievable. Got it done from the start and kept his cool and composed lap after lap. Brilliant drive. Great top three, great for the series. For our new sponsors that came on board, you did it at the right time, because this is going to rattle and mix things up. We've got Paul Ricard next week, a very, very different circuit, modern circuit, and it's going to be interesting to see how the guys go. But now people know Zaire can be beaten.
Yeah, exactly. And as I say, for competition to take place, you need to have a competitive environment, and that's exactly what we had now. And we spoke to Bash last week, and he was saying that Zahir Essa was untouchable, but that's clearly not the case, and he's proved that. We're going to bring Bash in here now for a chat, Marius. I'll be keen to hear what he has to say. He's going to be joining us shortly. But you're right, the young Shirat taking that pressure all the way to the finish line, unbelievable stuff. But the man of the moment, Bashir Jadwat. Bash, welcome to our virtual commentary booth. How was the race? What happened? Tell me more. Did the Porsche survive? Did those tires survive?
I'm so exhausted after that one. It was hard work. I got a bit lucky. I think if Jordan and Zahir were not fighting, I don't think I had the pace to stay up front. Them fighting allowed me to sort of maintain a gap and save my tires while still keeping the lead. So I still had a bit of tire wear at the end, but yeah, I think I got a bit lucky.
Bashir, I'm going to disagree with you, dude. That was an unbelievable race. That is how it works in racing. You were consistent. Your lap times were amazing. You know, I was abusing you because we thought you were IT, and you were saying, you didn't have time this week, you know, with your career. Meanwhile, you're an accountant, and that was a textbook flipping race. Brilliantly done from the start. Yeah, dude, exhausted, but you deserve a good rest tonight. That was brilliant driving.
Thanks, Marius. That was probably one of my best drives, but I still feel that I got a bit lucky there. I managed to jump Zaire at the start, and I think if I hadn't done that, it would have been game over. But yeah, fortunately, I managed to get him at the start and hold him up a bit, and yeah, that sort of helped the result at the end.
Well, you wouldn't have heard because you had helmets on, but that's exactly what we were talking about just in the formation lap. Was that the prediction was that somebody's got to do it into turn one, get an early, get the lead away from Zero, because if he gaps it, he can set his pace. And that circuit, I don't know what your feeling is, but a circuit like this is so technical. There's no time for you to rest and break. To get into a rhythm and a rhythm early is critical, and you want to do that in front where you're not worrying about watching your mirrors and
Absolutely.
the driver.
Absolutely. And the other thing on this track is in the slip, the front end wash will just exacerbate the tire wear. So as it is, I was having, in practice, I had a hell of a lot of front end draining. But yeah, fortunately, I'm just grateful that the result came because, yeah, that was awesome for me.
Fantastic drive.
Or Ricard next week. What are your feelings there? Because I mean, I hate the new circuit. You know, I love tracks like this. You know, Paul Ricard looks like a massive shopping center with lots of painted lines.
I agree with you. It's got no character for me, that track, but we'll give it a go. I mean, I think the Bentleys and the Mercs will probably do well there because of the long back straight. I'm not sure. I haven't driven the track with the Porsche yet, so I'm not sure how the BOP works on that one. But we'll give it a go and see what we can do. I'm sure the last sector should favor the Porsche, but I think the first... even the first may actually favor the Porsche, but I think the middle sector should favor the high power cars.
I'm going to agree with Marius on that one, Bashir. There was no luck involved. You took that first position on that first corner. You held that lead the entire time under immense pressure from some of the best guys in the country. Well-deserved win from me and the team here. Just a fantastic drive.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, thanks to the other guys as well. Jordan and Zahir, they were pushing so hard. I mean, it was awesome for me to watch as well, with them fighting hammer and tong behind me. But that's what ultimately gave me a bit of breathing room. But yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
How he has time to still watch the racing, I don't know. But the person that was involved with that racing, with Essa, Jordan Shirat, he's going to be joining us now as well, Marius. And
you do that. I love, as a driver in the lead, you just have a little glance in your mirror and you see two Oaks having a full battle and you just start grinning because you know that's going to help you. Yes. And Jordan, he's joined us now on the chat. Jordan, dude, you were so fast 2 weeks ago at Silverstone. There were a couple of one little driver error that cost you. Ended up in fourth. But man, the pressure that you absorbed from Zaire Essa lap after lap, you in with a shout for my driver of the day. Obviously, Bash up at the top is the guy to take it. But what a race from you, absorbing that pressure for so many laps.
Yeah, thank you guys. Really appreciate that. And yeah, it was such an intense race. Like I couldn't even almost breathe. I was so intensely concentrated on my wheel, of course. But yeah, Zahir was there for a long time. He was so fast as well. So I managed to obviously keep him behind, but it kind of gave Bash a bit of a breather. But I knew if Zahir got past, he would have passed Bash and obviously drove away. So I made it my ultimate thing for him to stay behind me the whole race.
But that's what's so awesome about the circuit, though. I mean, it's exactly what you said. I mean, 4.2 kilometers, but there's no place for car or driver just to have a chill, because it literally is fast flowing, everything linking up, so technical, so unforgiving. You must be knackered. That's an exhausting 50 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I actually got a sweat here, I must say, and I've got aircon on. That's
Jordan, I've got to ask you, what was it like with Essa behind you like that and still managing to keep that pace? Didn't it slow you down having to go defensive all those times?
To a certain degree. So I would only defend where the Audi is a bit stronger. So perhaps the last sector on that inside, because the car kind of rotates easily and gets to power. So I wouldn't lose as much because I would gain 3-4 tenths or maybe 3 tenths to them. So when I was defending, I was only losing maybe 2 tenths. So I was kind of stabilizing it as I was going through, yeah.
Yeah, your car looked very strong through turn one, through Tarzan, because you got really good drive out of that corner, especially the first laps. Maybe Zaire was running a little bit deeper in there, but the car looked very strong coming out of turn one.
Yeah, I mean, that obviously was an advantage for the Audi, but I mean, the Audi was a bit disadvantaged here, so I'm pretty happy with my drive to actually keep it with them. yeah, and I'm happy with my second. And well done to Bash. He deserved that 100%. And obviously he's here too. I mean, it was awesome racing. I've never had a race like this on sim racing before. So
Okay, but listen, now chat to your butty, because I think he just had some issues in terms of, you know, the game and how the functioning works, because he also had really good pace, and obviously having two guys sharing knowledge on setup on the Audis is going to be fantastic for next week. So what are your vibes on Paul Ricard? I hate the circuit. I think it's silly. But have you driven it?
Yeah, I have driven it, but not like extensively like Zandvoort. But it should favor the Audi. There's a few long straights, although there are a lot of twisty sections, which will obviously benefit the Porsche. But I think the Audi should be good there. And of course, with my brother too, we can actually like test together and obviously work twice as fast.
Yeah, well, the joys of guys not having to go to work. I think it's going to be an exciting round. But Jordan, well done! Fantastic results in second, backing up your fourth from 2 weeks ago at Silverstone. Brilliant.
I think you might be right about things changing for the guys that have to work over the next couple of weeks. This is a very real situation that you have guys that are now going back to work as of Monday, and not quite as much time to set up. A man that told me that he didn't spend that much time setting up. I don't know if that's true or not. Zahir Essa, our third place man today and our top qualifier. I'll be interested to hear what he has to say. He's going to be joining us shortly. I think Zahir has just come into our virtual commentary booth. Zahir Essa, how was that for you? What intense pressure you were applying to Shirat there? What was the race like?
Hey man, how's it going? Yeah, we were chatting a bit before the race, and I told you this track is just almost impossible to overtake on. And with Paul being on the outside, I knew like if the guy next to me got a good start, if I was on pole, that I'd lose the lead going into the first corner, and that's what happened. But weirdly enough, like the most annoying thing, so the driver name tags in the game have a completely black background. So going into turn one, it's just this black background thing right at my braking marker. So I missed my braking point twice, so that allowed Jordan to get past, a bit of bumping here and there, but it wasn't intentional. And then after that, sticking behind him, like I wasn't trying to do much, I was trying to stay close to him. And through that fast right-hander with the Porsche, I don't know what it is, as soon as you get close to a car, it just decides to say cheers, and off it went. So the first one I did catch, it did it to me once, and then the second one I just got a bit on the curb, and then it was gone. So
yeah, it also is there when we looked at that on the replay, because we watched that a few times. It also looked like Jordan ran a bit wide. It was almost like a bit of an opportunity there, because he missed the turn in on that corner, and I think it almost looked like you wanted to have a go and touched a bit of curb and gone through there. But that's what Bash was saying. It's very difficult when you're in the draft of the car in front of you. You've got no front end grip either. So quite tricky, eh?
It was. Yeah, I wasn't. He did run a bit wide, but you can't really go for any overtake there. So I was just chilling out, biding my time, relaxing, and then suddenly the thing says bye-bye.
We were on board with you at the time. It was busy because we saw you do like one big grab at catching it and then the next one. But I mean, you did a great job not putting it in the barriers and not ending up buried in the beach. So great drive in the end. But I mean, you know what? I know you like to win, but it's also good for the series because, like we said, it's going to motivate everyone else that the unbeatable can be beaten. Changes things for you looking forward to next week now, because now you've got some work to do.
I do. I mean, it's quite early in the championship, so I'm not thinking about all that. I think the main point is just you can't win them all, so try finish as high up as I can. These were quite good tracks for the Porsche, I think. So moving on to the next tracks, I expect other cars to be better. So I just need to keep with that philosophy and just try and finish as high up as possible and just see what happens after everything comes together.
Oh, well, it was fantastic race. I love the circuit. I mean, from a driving perspective, there's no chance for a break. It's unforgiving. You must love driving it.
I don't. I do not like this track at all. I've been avoiding it on ACC. I don't know what it is. It is a challenge, of course, but it's tough to overtake, and in the Porsche it was just bouncy. It bounces you around. But I mean, from a challenge point of view, I enjoyed it, and the race was good. I really enjoyed that race.
No, well, thank you. We loved watching it because it was good battles throughout. Paul Ricard next week? Yeah, no?
That track's even worse. I mean, I don't know if you can even call it a circuit. Bash likes to call it a glorified car park, but
no, it is. Somebody just took a car park and painted a whole bunch of crap lines on it. I hate these computer-generated circuits. But I mean, from a driving perspective, how do you think the Porsche is going to do there? We know Bentley in the real world does a lot of testing there, and they're quick. Do you think that might be the case? Although there are no real Bentleys running at the top in the Pro class, but that might change with the seedings next Saturday.
Yeah, it could. I mean, that's the whole thing with the seeding. So track by track, if other cars are stronger, then they'll be right up there. So I do not know which cars are going to be strong and whatnot. But basically, the Porsche at bigger tracks like Paul Ricard, I think it's going to struggle because of the low top speed of the Porsche. But I'm going to be doing everything I can.
Well, I'm excited to see the guys mix it up some more. Thanks for joining us, Zahir. It's a good luck for the next round, but I'm very glad to see the guys mixing it up, and I'm also glad to see Sherat in there in the mix of that Audi, giving the Porsches a bit of a run for their money. Marius, Paul Ricard next week. Lots of blue lines, lots of straights. The Audis apparently might look good there.
Man, can we just fast forward to the next round? We start getting back to the good old tracks.
Monza.
The old Paul Ricard was so amazing in the old days. I just didn't really like what they've done with the new layout. But this is what makes this series, 12 rounds, so exciting. Is like we know the drivers get to throw away their two worst results. You're not going to love every track, and your car's not going to be great at every track. And that's what makes for exciting racing. And this, for me, was a fantastic round because it's mixed things up. We had a great Pro-Am race, fantastic Pro race, and a new winner with Bashir Jadwat. So for me, I'm looking forward to Paul Ricard, not the track, just the racing.
Unbelievable racing so far. Jonathan Bentz, before we go, any final words from you? Jonathan Bentz, not too much to do today.
Yeah, I've got a list of things I'm going to have to deal with tonight now, but absolutely thrilled with how today went. I gave the drivers a bit of a talking to in their drivers' briefings, and the guys have really showed some class here today. A lot of respectful driving, a few incidents, but mistakes happen. Guys will always contact each other, whether they like it or not. So, we've got processes in place, but super happy with how today went. Paul Ricard, that's going to be interesting. I know the Mercedes is very, very BOP'd there, so
awesome.
I can't expect much from the Merc there.
Okay. So Cuddly's going to be a bit further down the grid. Cuddly could be our man of the match, one of the drivers I think that's in it for the shot for driver of the day. But this event was made possible by our sponsors and partners. And I went to the production office the other day, and they've got about 6 or 7 PCs running there, all sporting the latest AMD technology, Elgato streaming software, Corsair gear and components. This is the stuff that makes this possible. So big thanks to our partners, AMD, Elgato, Corsair, and of course, Assetto Corsa, Kyalami 9-Hour, and MSA. My name is Ernest Page, and I will see you guys at the next event. Marius, any final words?
Bye-bye. See you next week.
See you guys then.
Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Don't play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. I need me a couple dollars. Telling you now, this payback. So I say that. Ask them now, what's change that? I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on that. All these men gonna zone out. And all these men gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they work till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm finally back in my home. I'm working, I saw no other that's why I had me a drum. Dance my soul, now I just need to stand at home. All in, can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now.
Having a great strap, an almost bagging wheel.
Cause I'm back in my zone now.